Thank you. Both are online. Good morning.
Good morning. I am making sure we're connected.
Good morning.
All right. Case DCA201-008, consideration of amending the Dallas Development Code, Chapter 51A, 4.1100, mixed income housing to support and align with the One Dallas Options program within the City of Dallas Comprehensive Housing Policy. As a review, this is the same slide as we've had in prior briefings. The purpose of this amendment is to consider amendments to the 4.1100 section to align with the proposed amendments to the housing policy. The Chapter 51A amendments are part of a larger initiative supported by the city manager to create a program called One Dallas Options. One Dallas Options expands the mixed income housing development bonus and also includes additional flexibility. The City Council will review these proposed changes to Chapter 51A, proposed changes to Chapter 20A and to the Comprehensive Housing Policy at the HHS committee meeting later on in March, and we plan to move to Council for an entire package of amendments in May. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pam, and we kind of have as long as you can see my presentation and see our other side, we kind of want to walk through the proposed amendments with the slideshow and just kind of be able to answer any questions along the way.
Thank you, Stephen. Just to reiterate, we're going to change it up a little bit this morning, and I'm going to pause for questions every once in a while. And we'll let the chair kind of manage those questions and then hand it back to me when the questions have been handled. So to start here, just a brief recap. This One Dallas Options proposal offers 3 categories of development. The type 1, which are the existing by right bonuses that are actually written directly into the MF and MU district regulations. Type 2, which are the PDs that CPC and Council have recommended and approved from 2017 to current and ongoing, that have a very specific base and then a bonus. And then what we're proposing with this new One Dallas Options is to add a type 3, and those are new, or they could be amended PDs with a specific base and then access to a menu of options in the new PDs. So this menu of options is similar philosophically to the menu of options in the base districts, and it is our hope that that then becomes the new beginning for the conversation around negotiating these new PDs. This proposal also adds additional pathways for compliance. So currently, we, if you want to access the bonus, you have to provide units on site. We've been calling them reserved units. That's what it is in the existing regulations, because of the objection to some people of affordable, because affordable is not really well defined. Affordable to whom? Is this public housing? Is it workforce housing? What is it? So these are reserved units for a broad range of folks who can't necessarily afford whatever the market rate is in the area where they want to live. The second thing that this adds is a fee in lieu of that on-site provision. That funding would go into a fund and then would be dispersed through existing mechanisms in the housing department at the city. And then land dedication, which would be subject to specific city council approval and criteria such as environmental and development suitability. So next page. So just to slow down a little bit, Stephen, you can move to the next one. Yeah. So just to slow down a little bit, I fielded some questions that made me realize that because CPC and staff actually deal with PDs so often, they're not necessarily as in tune with the base districts as they might otherwise be. So just to kind of retreat a little bit and dig into that for a second, the type 1 are the existing by right bonuses that are written directly into the MF and the MU districts. The additional bonuses were added in 2019 when we created the Mixed Income Housing Development Program. And so some examples for MF1A, the bonuses are actually in Section 51A 4.116 multifamily districts inside the yard, lot, and space requirements. And there's a whole new section that we wrote in called Development Bonuses for Mixed Income Housing. And for example, MF1 allows extra height and lot coverage and makes other changes to allow more units on the site. And so if you go to the next slide, this is the cheater chart that we used in ZOAC because it was much easier than actually reading the PD language. And so I know it's tiny font, but the idea here is that in this MF1 and MF2 district, if you set aside between 5 and 15% of the units, you can get additional height, you can get additional lot coverage, you get a parking reduction, additional parking reduction for transit-oriented development. And the AMI varies, the income levels vary depending on whether it's an A, B, and C, a D, E, and F, or it's a G, H, and I, and VA category. So strong to weak housing markets. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense. I want to, so let me pause for a second and let the chair ask if there are any questions for that so far.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thompson. Any questions on this item on the by right option? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Ms. Thompson, did I hear you just say something about parking reductions that have to do with transit-oriented development? Are you linking parking reductions to transit proximity? Because what I saw in the revisions that were sent to us was there was some language saying that in response to concerns that had been expressed, you were writing transit proximity back into the proposal. But then when I went on to continue to read, it looked as if the same parking reductions were being proposed regardless of transit proximity. So what connection does transit proximity have to proposed parking reductions now?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So if we back up to the existing chart here, this is the existing by right bonuses as it's currently in the code. So this has the 1.25 per unit, and then for what has changed about our setup, but everyone at City Hall needs to mute, because otherwise we'll end up with echoes. It wasn't like this 2 or 3 months ago, so I don't know what the difference is, but if y'all can do that, that would be great. So the existing bonuses, existing current language, not counting what we're working on right now, it's 1.25 per unit, and then the transit proximity reduction is 1 per unit. Our new proposal, to your question, is 0.5 across the board, but I fielded concerns from folks that we were somehow not allowing developments with transit proximity to access that same 0.5 per unit. And in response to that, my recommendation was to be redundant rather than to instill concern for folks who were doing transit-oriented development. So our recommendation is half a space per unit across the board, including transit-oriented developments. This sets up a structure so that either today, if that's the direction the motion goes, or in the future, we could say X amount for everybody, but a smaller amount for transit proximity, because we have preserved that definition and we've preserved the language here. But to answer your question simply, our recommendation is 0.5 across the board, including for those developments that have transit proximity.
So if I'm understanding you, the whole concept of transit proximity is no longer linked philosophically to a justification for a parking reduction? Am I misunderstanding?
Yes, that's correct. And that's based on the parking utilization studies that I received, where there was a pretty strong nexus between transit and lowered parking, and also between mixed use walkable areas and lower parking utilization. And so our recommendation is to go to half a space per unit regardless, and then realize that there's no maximum. So the development can then build as much parking as is required for that. I mean, as is needed for that site.
To follow up, I know the city is looking at general across the board parking reductions, divorced from the mixed income housing program. I can understand how you're linking the availability of mixed income housing to, the reduced costs of building parking to provide affordable housing. Okay, but if the intention long term is to grant this parking reduction across the board for multifamily and mixed use projects that aren't participating in this, mixed income housing, how does that how does that reduction in parking link to the provision of affordable housing? I can understand the money being available for affordable housing if you link a parking reduction to providing affordable housing, but if you're going to down the road provide these parking reductions to everyone regardless, how is that going to work?
So this is a proposal for affordable housing right now as a step toward that reduced parking requirements in the future. And we are asking for this reduction now because we have developments that are coming through now that could use this bonus. If in the future we stop requiring all development to overpark for multifamily especially, then that just that serves our purposes because it encourages housing production across the city. And as we've talked about, when we talked about at the very beginning of the mixed income development back in 2016 to 2019, and as we've talked about now, we have a lack of housing. So if we can reduce the costs across the board, that's good for everybody. To your point, that is less of a special bonus, but if we reduce costs for everybody, then that's a benefit to the city and it's a benefit to people who are trying to afford their housing.
Has there been any consideration given to requiring all projects that are either multifamily or mixed use projects with residential components participate in the mixed income housing program?
We are not allowed under state law to require inclusionary zoning, which is the technical jargon for forcing developers to provide affordable housing within their developments. And so even at the end of a long PD discussion, the day that the council approves that PD, there still needs to be a viable path forward for a base and then a bonus that's available to that developer. We can't require it across the board.
All right, thank you. I'm continuing to have difficulty figuring out how this the proposed parking reduction is going to incentivize affordable housing if that same parking reduction becomes granted across the board to mixed income project or mixed use projects. But I'll continue to think about it. Thank you.
There's a question there, Ms. Thompson. Quick follow-up, Ms. Thompson. Back to the requirement, way back when we were writing the ordinance, wasn't the original name for it voluntary inclusionary zoning? In fact, that it must be voluntary?
Yeah, the original, I'm sorry, yes, Chair. The original name was, the original charge was inclusionary zoning. We modified that to be voluntary inclusionary zoning. And then we wanted to really make sure that it was clear that we were in compliance with state law. That this is not inclusionary zoning. This is not, when you say that something is voluntary, you invite the thought that it's required some other place. And so we stepped away from both of those and renamed it this very clunky mixed income housing development bonus to help us focus on the fact that it's mixed income. It's not just, all low income across the board. It's mixed income. It's a housing development bonus because the purpose of this is to create new housing, and it's a development bonus. So to Commissioner Carpenter's comments, it is a bonus across regulatory rights, so additional height, density, relief from the unit per acre requirements in some areas, and a parking reduction. So that additional height is quite helpful for folks. We have a development that is using the bonus entirely because of the height. They're not really adjacent to transit, and they but they do need the extra height. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I have another follow-up, and maybe you can take just a brief step back here and go back to, in fact, the slide that's up there, the by right option. And if you could maybe, give us an overview of why is the by right option so important for us, in fact, for the city of Dallas? Why is it so enticing? What was one of the goals for ZOAC and the City Plan Commission, in fact, to make the by right option enticing for developers?
Commissioner, thank you for that question. We have a housing crisis right now, and the by right option allows developments to move forward using modern development styles and modern development densities without having to go through a long and arduous rezoning process. And it allows continued predictability in areas where, an area might be MU2 across the board. That area still remains MU2, so there's some predictability there rather than carving out a spot or two for a new PD. The other concern about requiring developers or pushing developers towards PDs is that it delays their housing production by a year or two sometimes, and it costs additional money for the developer. And the money that the developer is spending on holding the site available to them, on getting their capital and holding on to that for a while, so they've got the time value of money aspect of this, and the risk of doing the zoning and not knowing what they're going to end up with until that final move approval following blah blah statement from council is a huge disincentive to developing. This by right bonus encourages developers to simply follow an administrative process and produce housing for us.
So is it fair to say that for a developer that pursues the by right option, essentially the value proposition for a developer is to not go through the process that is, it's lengthy and expensive, and most of all, it's unpredictable, but rather if they follow these set of rules, then they get, X amount of entitlements in exchange for what we have here on this chart. And, you came from the industry. Is it fair to say that there's a stress test that each developer is going to do with their pro forma and their financials and their capital stack, where they're going to put their project through these numbers that you have here on the slide and say, this is what I can do, what I can't do, my project is feasible in one way or another, this is how the mixed income piece can become financially feasible? And if so, isn't parking then have a direct correlation between the number of not only the number of total units in the development, but the number of total affordable units, when that cost component there is now in play with what you're proposing here today?
All of what you said is exactly correct. That developers work both on the actual geometry of the site to figure out what they can fit on the site, and space that they use for parking they can't use for housing. They also do that same calculation in a spreadsheet where whatever money they're spending on parking, they can't spend on affordable housing, reserved units, additional housing, anything else. So this by right option with staff's recommended improved parking reduction encourages the development of housing because it streamlines it and it makes it less expensive. And Andrea reminds me that developers almost always start with figuring out how to park the site. So reducing this to the staff recommended half space per unit takes that away a little bit and lets them start with designing the site for the people who are going to live there and then fitting the parking in around that.
Commissioner Blair, please.
In alignment with that questioning, when you talk about affordability and parking and figuring that all out, but when we talk about affordability, isn't there a higher level of approval for parking required with these multifamily uses?
Commissioner, I'm not sure what you mean by a higher level of the second half of your question.
When you have an affordability component to multifamily housing, the number of parking spaces are they not reviewed by someone outside of the city? It's for a higher level for government. If you have, well, let me just make it be plain. If you have affordable units and you have an apartment that or multifamily dwelling that is affordable, because of the tax incentives, is not the state looking at the parking structure for each unit, for each development that has that affordability to it, tied to it?
It is, so in a word, not to my knowledge. Let me expand. Two things. One, if the developer's financing or the tax credit or the rich guy who's funding the project wants to park at 1.25 or 1 per bedroom or 2 per unit or whatever, nothing in this proposal stops them from requiring that as part of their agreement to fund the project. This proposal is a zoning proposal that proposes that we reduce the minimum requirement to something under what is currently being used all across North America and Canada and Texas and the city in developments other than sort of some outliers, some very suburban areas. This is a zoning thing, not a funding thing.
Can I continue? So if this is zoning and not a funding, and true, but if the funding in which we are doing, if we tie affordability, we could be doing if we tie affordability to the zoning component, then could it not and also require that this higher level of scrutiny be made upon our zoning changes? I should say our zoning bonuses.
So if the people funding the project, the tax credit or the bank or the rich person wants to pay extra money for future vacant parking, they are welcome to do that. Our recommendation is that we don't force people to build unused parking. Even for projects that are, it's important to remember that some projects that are using this bonus are only using the bonus and they're providing the 5 or 10% or 15% that's required by this bonus or whatever's in the PD. Some projects are tax credit projects and they're also using this bonus in order to access the parking reduction. Some projects are also in our new Public Facilities Corporation and are also going to use this bonus. But what is in front of us right now is just the zoning aspect so that we can stop requiring all of our mixed income developments to produce vacant parking.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm having a hard time, and I need you to help me
Sure.
untie the zoning with the affordability. Because if you're saying this is zoning, and there are instances where and you're tying the zoning bonus and the number of units or height or whatever it is to a portion of that is not what we're saying is not zoning. Are you not then preventing the development of a mixed income housing bonus, a multi-family bonus to be granted because parking is underparked?
Okay, so let's get a specific example, and that is one of the LDG developments. And I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it is right now.
It's in Kleberg Riley.
That's using the bonus. So we require a minimum of 1.25 per unit. I don't know what they're actually going to park it. LDG has told me that their current business practice is to park at 1.5 per unit, I think. So they are free to use the bonus, use the parking reduction, and then produce whatever parking they need to produce. So I'm sorry, I confused that a little bit. I'll use the Palladium, that one's better. So down at Palladium Redbird, they got a bunch of money from the city. They also were able to use the by right reduction in parking. And the developer told me that saved the project $800,000. So we actually saved $800,000 in public money because we didn't require them to overpark.
Commissioner Statter.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, you know, I'm not as good as all these people about knowing ZOAC and every ordinance and everything. I just know common sense, okay? And here's my common sense. My common sense is this is still Dallas, Texas, and we are spread out. And we're talking about mixed income, not low income. And it seems pretty drastic to me to go from 1.25 to 0.50. That there might be something, as we discussed before, in the middle that could equally be an incentive. Because as you said, they could also be just doing 5% or 10%. They're getting the same bonuses. They're also getting height bonuses. So if you're using screen parking, maybe you're putting one extra floor, but you could always later put those back into make them more apartments or something like that. However, the idea that we would build an apartment house, even with multifamily house, with 100 apartments and only give 50 parking spaces in Dallas, Texas, and say, well, they can park on the streets, and we've already discussed that. But here I want to bring up one other aspect, and you can approach whichever question you like. They're all questions, which is this. Although I realize that luxury developers are going to provide the amount of parking that they know their tenants, and even a quality developer of mixed income housing would do the same. I happen to know my own son's a developer, and when you're doing that mid-group, that element, he's going to want to cut costs just like someone that has a budget for doing their houses. So we don't want to end up, you know, with the underparking. I kind of feel like Dallas, Texas is still on a basis where this should be a little more gradual, that we might start at 0.75, and if we see there's no need for that in a few years, couple of years, whatever, we can go back and change. But I am concerned with that midline developer that's trying to develop mixed income and save cost is going to use this parking bonus to underpark, because this is an amenity, something that's a need of the residents. So can you answer any of those things, please? I know it was a lot.
Sure. So in all of my conversations with the developers, they have said that this is moving in an excellent direction because of the direction that we're moving as a city, as a country, towards less car usage. They have also said that, and this is not a comment on your son one way or the other, that they are going to be very careful about their own particular tenant mix and what their own experience is in their own areas that they're used to, and they're going to produce the amount of parking that they need to. So the half a space per unit allows them the flexibility to produce only the parking that they need to and not more than what they need to.
Okay, before we go to Commissioner Rubin, just one quick little follow-up to that, Ms. Thompson, just in terms of the slide that we have up there when we're talking about mixed income housing, we're not talking about a mixed income housing development. We're talking about a development that has a mixed income housing component that might be 5% of the units, 10%, whatever that percentage is, based on this chart.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Stannard mentioned at the beginning of her question that the parking garages can be converted to apartments in the future. Did I understand correctly?
I don't know that. That's just some sort of hypothetical thing, but I'm just saying if you had a second floor of, I'm not sure that I see that as unrehabable later in the future.
Well, we did go through that research for the parking reform. The garage has to be built to those standards. It has to do with the interior height that is usually lower in the garages, and usually the floor of the garage is actually a ramp. So it's very hard, and they are not built to those standards unless we ask them, and that may be more expensive and take more space. I just wanted to clarify that.
And I would just say I'd rather have an empty garage, one floor, or 50 parking spaces than I would using the streets.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubin. Commissioner, yeah.
Ms. Thompson, I'm going to ask some of the same questions I asked the last time. Since our last briefing and hearing, have you reached out to any of the umbrella homeowners organizations in Dallas to get their input on this ordinance?
So Commissioner Young, we did actually look back to see who was invited to the ZOAC meetings, and we did send out additional information to that same ZOAC list. And it does include groups such as the Lower Greenville Neighborhood Association, the Old Cliff Conservation League, Pam Conley's group, her neighborhood, sadly I now have lost the name of it, and several other groups on there. And so, yes, they were invited to the original ZOAC meetings, and they were informed about this briefing today.
But other than notices of meetings and hearings, you've not had any contact with them?
Commissioner, I have focused my outreach to the people who are going to live in these developments, the people who are going to build these developments, and the people who are going to advocate for folks living in these developments. And I've been available to anybody else who wants to join the conversation.
All right, but not to the people who are going to live around and near these developments?
I have not reached out to the people who are securely housed and own their homes outside of these developments and are highly unlikely to live here. No, I have not.
All right, and you've not reached out to Mr. Richardson, who testified at the last hearing?
I was unaware that Mr. Richardson wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with me, so no, I have not done that.
And the same is true of Mr. Northrup, who's registered today and who submitted written comments last time?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hampton, no? Any other questions, Commissioners, before we move on to the next?
Chair.
Commissioner Carpenter? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Kingston. We'll come back to you, Commissioner Carpenter, for a second round.
Thank you. Following up on that, when you said that you sent out notification to your list about today's briefing, that was at 11 o'clock last night, correct?
It was. Our apologies for that. I'm not sure why it went out that late.
And that's long after anybody could register to speak here today, right?
Well, to be clear, that this is a public hearing, and so anybody could decide right at this moment to come down to City Hall and attend the public hearing this afternoon and then speak.
And do you recall at the last briefing, I specifically asked you to provide me with the background or the supporting data that you used to create your spreadsheet, and then I followed up with an email to you and Mr. Doss on February 16th of this year, asking specifically for that information.
I do recall that, Commissioner, and we sent all of that to the City Plan Commission earlier this week.
Are there any changes in what you're recommending in terms of reduced parking or parking reductions between this presentation and the one you made at the last briefing?
So it's a good thing that I'm not actually being deposed and that I'm not doing this, under oath, because I can't swear to you one side or the other on that. But my understanding is that our proposal is the same as it's been. And if we're allowed to continue through the presentation and stop for questions, we are going to walk through the ordinance itself, and we can stop and talk about each proposed change as we go through.
Okay, one last question. Is there a reason why the underlying data that I asked for wasn't provided until this week?
Sure, Commissioner. I've been working on this between 5:30 a.m. and about midnight for the last month or so, and there's only so much I can do in each given day, and so I apologize for being slow about giving that back to you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, one follow-up to the questions I was asking earlier. I think I finally got it worded. I understand that the city cannot legally require multifamily mixed-use developers to provide or participate in the mixed income housing program. But wouldn't it incentivize more mixed income housing if the city reserved these proposed sharp parking reductions as an incentive to projects that actually are participating in the mixed income housing program?
So if we think about the production of housing from an economic standpoint, where as we lower the cost of the production of housing, we increase production of housing. To your point, reducing the overall parking cost makes this bonus a little less valuable to developers, but the market itself is far more powerful than any one program we might do. And so to the extent that we can encourage housing production across the city, not just through this program, we make more housing available across the board, including housing that's available, that's naturally occurring affordable housing, that's more creative affordable housing, that's more creative market rate housing across the board. So I get your idea that this is less of a bonus if we reduce parking across the board. but it's beneficial from a housing production standpoint to require as little parking as we can so that we incentivize housing.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Thompson, I'm just going to ask one follow-up. I'm tracking all this, and there's a lot of moving parts, and you and Mr. Dosser to be commended for fielding all of our very detailed questions. I think I heard you say that what you've seen typically on these buy right products is that they are typically either close to transit or have supporting infrastructure. Is that correct?
So what I have seen is that there seems to be an additional reduction in actual number of spaces used in the areas. Can we mute City Hall, please? Thank you. There is a bit of a reduction in these utilization studies that I've seen for developments that are near transit or that are in well-located areas. But pretty much across the board, regardless, the vast majority of the data that I saw for the last 30 years, so from the ITE data that was North America and Canada to the Kimley Horn and Associates data that was between downtown and north to Loop 12 from 2011, and the studies that were literally developers that are going to use this bonus and data from January and February of this year, the vast majority of those were actually 0.8 to 1.1 in actual spaces used during peak parking time. So, 9:30 at night to 5 o'clock in the morning. The outliers were the ones that the tractor supply company or a horse barn was closer to the development than any grocery store or anything else. So those outliers were more at 1.5 per unit or 1.7 per unit in terms of actual utilization. And so our recommendation is to stay just under the vast majority of these developments that are not the outliers.
And so, thank you for that. And I didn't use the correct terminology, so I appreciate the clarification on utilization. But as the recommendation is before us, there's no standards or no other infrastructure requirements or elements that are suggested. Is that correct?
What I think is important to remember is that the design requirements that are in 1107, can everyone mute?
Yeah,
the design requirements that are in 1107 prioritize pedestrians. They move the parking to the back or to the side. They require wide sidewalks. They require street trees, street lighting. They require direct access onto the streets. They require a little bit of green space. They essentially and very clearly prioritize pedestrians. And in our direction to staff doing PDs, we have asked staff to ensure that the essence of 1107 is continued. So to your point, with this parking reduction, the trade-off is that they need to improve their design requirements to prioritize pedestrians to make it less likely than people will have to have a car. Does that make sense?
And I apologize, I asked that badly, so I'm going to try one more time. In terms of the parking reduction, though, and I understand we have both a by right, every project as staff has recommended is a 0.5. You have transit proximity, it's 0.5, but there's no other considerations in a by right project. A bus stop could be a mile away. There could be no, surrounding grocery or other uses that would help mitigate the need to have a car or shared parking requirements. Nothing of that nature is currently contemplated. Is that correct?
That is correct. Currently, because our developers generally only have control over their own sites, and they happen to be building generally in areas that are changing, We focused in on having the pedestrian orientation and the lighting and the parking location and all of that for that site, without also limiting the use of this program by requiring a grocery store within half a mile, or you know, a bus stop that could be moved at any given time. And part of that, just to go on a little bit, is that retail follows rooftops. And that jargon means that essentially you have to have the housing before you can get the grocery store, and you don't get the grocery store if you don't have the housing. So requiring a grocery store nearby would put us in a catch-22.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stannard.
Yes, I have a follow-up question, Ms. Thompson, because in view of what you just said, Mr. Doss sent us this accolade data last night at about 11 o'clock. We got it this morning. And if you take, it's all mixed income housing, and the average of all of them is 1.12 spaces, and it's showing what they're using as spaces. 1.12, and actually the ones that are the Dallas examples, which there are about 3, are 1.32 is what they're using in those, your examples of the data. So my concern is when you talk about the transit thing, yes, I have seen much better public transportation in downtown Dallas. I think we're making progress with our trains, et cetera. But I don't think any of us can say that right now we've got a public transportation system that is quite as far along as what the future might bring. I mean, hopefully in 10 years it will be, but I know right now you still have to go almost downtown to change a bus to get somewhere, and it's a 3-hour ordeal. And so I'm not sure how we go from an average at these mixed income and from your data of 1.12 being used to 0.50 as across the board bonus. To me, the 0.50 should be if you're giving a heck of a lot more mixed income housing in your project. So can you answer how you've gotten to 0.50 from this data, please?
Sure. So to your question about the Sagebrook Accolade parking portfolio, the average in this list includes a couple of sites that are 1.37, that are 1.32, that are 1.7, bumping up the average. Those 1.37, 1.32, and 1.7 are the ones that I was talking about that are very suburban. They're literally rural. There's cows across the street, not a place where you would assume somebody would use the bus. A good chunk of the rest of these, though, are at 0.8, at 0.75, at 0.78, and those are the ones that are located in mixed-use neighborhoods that are closer in or that are senior. So our recommendation is to have the parking minimum for developers that are producing mixed income housing to be under what is being currently used, so that we are not requiring too much parking. And I heard you that you preferred to have an entire floor of vacant parking rather than having people park on the street in front of their homes. But from a planning perspective, our professional staff recommendation is that we preference housing production over vacant parking production. That's our staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. One quick point of clarification, that question for you. ZOAC is working on parking in general, citywide. Is that what's in front of us today? Is the staff recommendation that's yet to be published, the due diligence of ZOAC, and then that process going through City Plan Commission, and then that process going to City Council? Are we supposed to project today what that process may where that will land versus today? Are we only, in fact, only looking at a parking reduction in regards to the mixed income housing ordinance?
We are only looking at a parking reduction in regards to the mixed income housing ordinance so that we can stop the bleeding essentially right now for our developers that are producing mixed income housing for us.
Thank you. Now, the question, let's talk about the 0.5. As you know, I like charts. So if you were to make a trend line for parking use, which way is that trend line going? Is that pointing upwards? Is that going sideways? Or is it in fact trending downward?
It's in fact trending downward. I'll tell you a small anecdote. I know we're in a briefing, we need to be quick, but a small anecdote. I was at an Urban Land Institute networking and conference room meeting where the topic was, what are the young people these days wanting? And it was, as you would expect, a room of mostly older, mostly white developers who, drove to this breakfast meeting. And one of the things that was a shock to the folks in the room is that the young people these days, quote unquote, are choosing to live within a $5 Uber ride of what they want to do, and not like us older folks living within a 10 or 15-minute car drive of what they want to do. And so to your point, the trend line is going down. The younger folks are waiting longer to get their driver's licenses, and they're using their cars less, and they're choosing to use Uber for their daily needs rather than to have a car.
So just specifically to the 0.5, then is it fair to say that the staff recommendation for a 0.5 is a 0.5 for the future then? In fact, is it correct that I think it's Mr. Ensler today, who's a multifamily developer, a large multifamily developer, sent us an email, I believe that we received it last night or this morning, more or less using the same words, that this is where the trend is going for less parking, and understanding that in fact the 0.5 will not be parked today, but it may be parked next year, 2 years, 5 years from now. That's where the trend is going, and therefore 0.5 is just for additional flexibility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner Rubin, you're good? Let's keep going then, Ms. Thompson. Thank you.
All right, so I got to get my head back in the slide in front of me. So we have in front of us both the slides, and Stephen, if you'll put the ordinance up as well. We'll keep kind of walking through the ordinance and the slides. So I want to stop here while we're talking about these type 1 developments. So getting back, if you, Stephen, flip back for a second. So where we were a second ago was talking about the existing by right bonuses. So the MF and the MU district bonuses, that's the existing thing. So if we turn to the next page to 7, in the beginning of section 51A 4.1102, we have applicability, and that applicability now is divided into type 1, type 2, and type 3. And the applicability, it essentially says, under what circumstances is this portion of the code applicable to a particular development. And so we now have type 1, which we've had all along here. That's the base districts, MF1, 2, and 3, and MU1, 2, and 3. We've already talked a little bit about adding some flexibility for deed restrictions, because we have some developers that have gotten a base zoning district with the express purpose of using the bonus, and the community has asked for a deed restriction to limit the amount of that bonus. And so we want to make sure that if there's a deed restriction, the bonus can be used, and the deed restriction if it's more restrictive controls. But the next thing is the difference between ZOAC and the updated staff recommendation. The original mixed income bonus was supposed to include PDs that defaulted to the MF or MU districts. The original language said default to MF or MU and, quote, only alter allowed uses. So only those PDs that defaulted to MF and MU and only talked about allowed uses, only those folks could take advantage of the PD, which was not entirely what we intended, but sometimes it takes us a little while to improve language. And so between ZOAC and today, staff recommends a slightly updated language that says that PDs that default to MF and MU and quote, do not alter the yard, lot, and space and parking regulations, those also can use the bonus. In my experience, that's only a couple of places across the city, but they're kind of important places. And we would recommend using this language so that that those districts could take advantage of that, because under the current language, any little tiny nuance in the PD, even when it's completely irrelevant to the bonus, makes the bonus impossible to use in those PDs. So I'm hoping that that makes sense, and we'll move on to the existing PDs because it's kind of the same thing. So type 2 here, those are the PDs that y'all have blood, sweat, and tears. You've ignored your families and your pets in order to get these moved through. Those are the ones that exist already. So they're sort of in 2 tranches, which is why the language is a little bit funky here, because we have cases that came through from 2017 to early 2019 that have a base and a bonus, and they have affordability requirements, but those requirements are actually written directly into the PD because the mixed income bonus program didn't exist yet. It was coming, but it didn't exist yet. So there's a Toll Brothers development at Oaklawn called Astor that's using this. Alliance's 4444 Cole is using this, Odin Hughes 2929 Oaklawn, and then Providence 4700 McKinney. And so those are PDs that exist and developments that have come through this program that are either now complete or about to be complete. We have a second tranche, and those are the cases after March 2019 when the program was approved that have a base and a bonus, and they refer to Chapter 51A 4.1100. So 9353 Garland Road, Ridge at Lancaster, Capitol Flats, Madera Trinity, Fairfield Manderville, 2811 Maple Avenue. Those are all PDs that have a very specific base, a very specific bonus, and then for the regulation regarding the reserved units, it points to Chapter 51A 4.1100. So those are the type 2 developments where the base and the bonus is actually written into the PD specifically. So questions about type 1 or type 2?
Any questions, commissioners, on that?
So far.
Sure, Carpenter, please.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, are you assuming that all new PDs will be type 3 PDs, that there will be no more type 2 PDs?
I'm not. In our original language, in our earlier conversations about this, we did talk about quote unquote existing PDs. And we realized that that was a bad way to say it. So if you look at the code, I don't know if you have it in front of you or if you can see it on your screen, that the language now says type 2 developments include those in planned development districts that specify mixed income development bonuses or that reference compliance with this division. Because in answer to your question, a PD could come through, completely ignore the One Dallas aspects, ignore the menu of bonuses, ignore everything and say, this is exactly what the base is, this is what the bonus is, this is what the parking requirement is, this is the articulation, all of those other things. And so we could, to answer your question, have future type 2 PDs, and the language allows that.
All right, I have one additional question about, I guess under type 1, where you were saying referenced PDs that had MF, MU zoning as the base zoning, and it said that it would apply as long as yard, lot space, and parking were not altered. Is that an and or an or? Do not.
No, that's I always get confused about the and the or, but the idea is that, well, the language here says, do not alter the yard, lot, space, and parking regulations. Stephen, help me remember, we'll talk to the attorneys. The intent is that if it alters any of those, then the bonus is not applicable.
Okay, so to me, that would be an or, I guess if I have to say it. Wouldn't you think an or would be better to it?
Do not alter the yard, lot, space, or parking regulations. That's probably a good comment.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay. Okay, so talking about legacy / existing buildings, and to clarify how this applies to type 1 and also to type 3. This language is in 1103 in the definitions, and it's also in 1107 in the design requirements. And I'll get there as far as why it's in both places. When we were talking to ZOAC, we brought up the idea of if a thing exists already, can we give it some design relief if it's technically not possible to meet the strict requirements in 1107? And we essentially said yes. And then there was much discussion about what the thing would be and then how we would actually do that when we send this for building permit. And so the language was a little bit squishy. We left some of it vague, and we worked on it and we brought it back to you. So our recommendation is that in 1103, that we add a definition for existing building, because that would include actual historic buildings, it would include old buildings, it would include existing multifamily where somebody wants to add on and add some additional units. And so that's our recommendation, and that it actually be kind of a pretty recent building to be able to utilize the naturally occurring affordable multifamily developments that exist already in these base districts. And then if we skim down to 1107, so 1107 is way down at the bottom, sorry, is the design standards. And the recommendation here is that, I'm sorry, the original language from ZOAC was at the discretion of the director, historic properties or buildings may be exempt from portions of the requirements of this section. So this section requires wide sidewalks and street trees. It requires the sidewalk to be pushed away from the street. It requires doors and windows to face onto the street and open onto the street. It has all these requirements that that can't necessarily be met by an existing building. When we talked to our BI folks, they sort of screeched at us because they don't like at the discretion of the director, and they certainly don't like at the discretion of the director and then no guiding language whatsoever. So at their recommendation, we want to recommend, if you go to slide 10, I'm sorry, we want to recommend this language that says, unless you take your building down on purpose, you can use the bonus provided in this division to renovate, remodel, repair, rebuild, or enlarge an existing building if that work does not cause the existing building to become more non-conforming as to the requirements in 1107 in the applicable zoning district. And that's a lot of words to say that, sure, if your building's too close to the street, you can get some relief from that. But that doesn't mean you get relief from all of it, and you can't make it worse. But you can get relief from the one thing that's not possible for you to do. That's all for type 1, and that's the starting point for the type 3. So if you'll go back to 9, the specific concerns for existing or legacy buildings or historic buildings or whatever else in a given new PD can be addressed through the PD process, and staff, the applicant, CPC, and council can start with the language that's in 1103 and 1107 and build on that, or ignore that language and make up a definition that's appropriate for that new PD. So let's see if I covered everything for legacy. I actually did cover 11. I talked about the examples there, so you can put that up, and then we can stop for questions.
We in fact do have a question. Commissioner Hampton, please.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas, I think this slide is the perfect place to maybe try to just walk through this. The discussion at ZOAC really did focus on our older and what we typically call legacy buildings. So something that was likely built before Chapter 51A. Is that fair summary?
So as I had to confess before, I don't still have the details of the conversation, but the language from ZOAC clearly was historic properties, knowing that historic is a loaded word. But the idea was, yes, older buildings.
Okay. And so, and I applaud the creativity, and you really paused me to dig into this, to think about the idea of bringing it forward more globally to our housing stock, anything pre-2000. But if, for instance, we took, whether it was an existing multifamily structure or a retail building that was built in the 70s or even the 1990s, those would typically be per 51A, is that correct? So would probably comply with existing setbacks and not have some of the challenges that our older building stocks would have. Is that fair? In general terms, yes, because you could always add on in front of your building, your existing, building that's pushed back from the street, in order to meet the requirements of 1107 that says that like you can't use that space for parking between the front facade and the street, can't be used for parking. And I guess,
yes,
yep, go ahead.
So yes, you're correct. Most of these are likely to be either buildings that are pushed back from the street or older buildings that came in before 51A or that were a different zoning district and they got a different district imposed on them.
And so then the follow-up to that, is there anything that would preclude an existing building, say it was CR zoning, it was set back from the street, to apply for an MF overlay and take advantage of the bonus today without this language?
Without this language, an existing building could go through the zoning process and get whatever they can get in the PD. Yes.
I'm thinking of a by right product.
No, that's exactly the point of this, is that if they're in CR or IM and it's an existing building. Hey, Stephen, will you put up the Haskell building? Maybe I didn't send you that picture. Yeah, you did. Okay, good. Okay, so for example, this one's in IM. I am not advocating that this particular building become housing, but it's a good example. So this one's in IM. If this building came in and requested MU zoning, they could do that, but they would not be able to use the bonus because under MU zoning, they're too close to the street. And to use the bonus, they have to have a 6-foot wide sidewalk that's between 2 feet and 15 feet from the back of the curb. So the only thing that they would be able to do if they wanted to use a bonus here is to get a PD.
And are you aware, and thank you for bringing up this slide because I think it's a great example. This building is, and again, it's DCAD, so give it a plus or minus variance, but it was built in 1946, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Right. So under our conversation here, it's two things, older buildings, whatever they are, and then also reworking newer buildings. So to maybe jump ahead in your line of questioning, if CPC were more comfortable with setting the date at 1970 or something, that would get at most of this. That would not allow adaptive reuse of the 80s and 90s multifamily that's getting older by the day, but it would allow buildings like this to use the bonus.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent question, Commissioner Hampton. Thank you. Commissioner Rubin.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why does staff recommend cutting this existing building provision off, 22 years ago or so? If someone built a, industrialish building 5 years ago and for whatever reason wanted to, redevelop it into housing, why shouldn't this equally apply to a 5-year-old building as opposed to a 24-year-old building?
Frankly, because I hadn't thought of that. We do want some period of time before right now, because we don't want folks to come in and sort of try to game the system some way or another. So we've always wanted to, in the things that we do that are similar to this, to make sure that there's some space to make sure that it's a developer who is addressing the existing condition and not a condition they created and then used in order to game the system. So 5 years is probably good if we wanted to move it up to something far more current.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on, commissioners? Commissioner Hampton, I'm looking right at you.
I'll just ask my same question. So if we had, and I will try to do a little research before our hearing, can you think of a case where we would have a more recent building that had a change in the use, and this is a by right, not a PD, that it would not comply with setbacks or otherwise be able to figure out an adaptive reuse?
I'm going to write a note, and so I'll do my homework between now and then also. Playing with the 1980s garden style, overly parked community to see in what way they might be hampered from using the bonus. I'll come back to you with that.
Right. Well, and I'm also thinking of Commissioner Rubin's example. We've got an IM district, we've got a warehouse that got built, and we're going to, convert that building into housing, however that may be. Is there something that would preclude that happening today by right?
I'll do that homework between now and this afternoon.
Excellent. Let's keep moving.
Oh, that's me. Okay. So we've done legacy buildings. Okay, so this is just a sort of a grouping of minor things because I want to make sure that you've had a chance to look at all of the changes between ZOAC and here. And then we'll end up back at, we'll walk through some slides for parking and then take some questions again. So this is kind of a glomming together of the things that are kind of clarifications. So if we start at 1105, if this proposal is approved today, in the application for the permit in 1105, we will need the developers to calculate and provide the residential floor area and the overall floor area. That's something that they do already, but we have found that if you don't have it in the checklist, somebody skips it and then it slows the process down and it messes things up. So we want to make sure that it's actually here and clear so that people don't trip over that. And then the minimum units required, I had one development where if you pro rata, oh, I'm going to use a bunch of jargon here, I'm so sorry. The units are required to be dispersed across the unit mix. In other words, if you've got half 1 bedrooms and half 2 bedrooms, then your reserved units need to be half 1s and half 2s. Well, the math isn't always that clear. And sometimes when you start saying, okay, a third of it is this, a third of it is that, a third of it is something else, you end up with some fractions you have to deal with. Our original intent always was that the total needs to be rounded up, not individually by floor, by unit type. So this language just kind of cleans that up to not to make it fair across the board, regardless of what your unit mix is. And then phasing, that also came to light a little while ago. The original intent for phasing was an acknowledgement that we sometimes have developments where we have a condo tower, with $17,000 a month rental condos and $2 million for sale condos. That's super high end. And then right next door, as part of the development, is also a lower rise or mid-rise building. we wanted the flexibility originally, and this was passed by council and everything, to say, okay, cool, you know, build your condo building, and then the development rights that you got for your condo building get quote unquote paid for by the more moderately priced building right next door that you're also building. The problem is in the actual language, it doesn't clarify that all of the affordable units, all the reserved units can go in that more moderately priced building. So that's what this language does, is it just clarifies that you don't have to disperse the reserved units amongst your condo building as well, because that undermines the whole purpose of this phasing. So that's just clarity there, just little cleanup things that meet the original intent when we wrote it back in 2019. And then 1107, at ZOAC, we had talked about, you know, what about these PDs that aren't actually meeting even a smidgen of the design intent in 1107? Like, they're just skipping that entirely. You know, how can we hold their feet to the fire? And we talked a lot about this. We talked about a development plan. That language came out of ZOAC, and then we all pretty much, even the ZOAC and CPC members that I talked to, backed off of that. And staff now strongly recommends that we just let the PD conditions handle the design requirements, and that we ensure that if we have new planners, that we train them that the intent of these 1107 still needs to be met in the PD. It's just going to be met specifically in the PD and not by pointing directly to the by right design requirements. So I'll stop here and see if there are questions on that.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any questions on this? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, since it's possible under this program to only provide one unit of mixed income housing, how does the dispersal requirement apply to that one unit if the project has a range of unit types?
They need to not discriminate on the basis of family status per federal law. And so that one unit needs to be the largest unit that's not a specialty unit.
Okay, and that's clearly in the ordinance, or that's covered under some other ordinance?
It's covered under federal law. We have fair housing requirements that you can't discriminate on the basis of family status. And that's what you would do. If you set aside your efficiency and a mom and a couple of kids showed up and you had 2 bedrooms, you would be discriminated against them.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, let's keep going.
Okay. This also, this starts to get at the type 3. So this is type 3 only. This is an 1106. And it's just to talk through, let me get 1106 in front of me as well. So the ZOAC recommendation did a couple of things. One was that it said, okay, a minimum of 5% across the board with a minimum of 1 unit. Through our conversations with CPC, we now recommend 3 or 5 or 10% reserved units as the minimum. So that's updated in the language. And then we also addressed concerns from CPC that the horror story that we had from before, where, you know, we had a hotel and they, you know, offered 3 affordable units in the basement and they could get a bunch of extra development rights and game the system that way, that we needed to address that. And so our recommendation is 70% minimum floor area must be residential space. And that allows developments that have a floor or 2 of commercial use on the ground floor and the second floor to take advantage of this if they're mostly multifamily. And I'll show you, so Stephen, will you put up the 4 floors in a deli picture? Okay, so this one's in Center City, Philadelphia, but it's a nice infill building. And here's what we were trying to get at. This is how come it's 70% and not 90% or something else. And that is that here's this 5-story building. The entire ground floor is commercial. It serves the purpose of making an area more walkable. It's good. It's nice infill. The building goes up 5 stories, so it's using the bonus because you know, under this scenario if it were here in Dallas. It would be using the bonus. And so this is where we got to 70% rather than 10%. If the limit were 10%, this wouldn't be possible. So I think I explained that really badly. So I'm going to stop for questions and see what I need to fix.
Perfectly fine. Commissioner Hampton.
Ms. Thompson, and I thank you again for your time to help walk me through this one. When you looked at this, and I just tried to do some rough numbers, and if we said that building was 20 or 25 feet wide and 100 feet deep, if we then took the full floor, that it had no other access points in it, I think I came out to approximately 20% or less, that it wasn't close to a 30% of the footprint. Does that generally match the math you came up with?
So in this case, it's a 5-story building, so sure, 20% is right. Will you mute?
When we were also going through this and trying to look at other recent projects where we perhaps had even larger format retail, some of our multifamily projects that are in PDs that included grocery stores on the ground floor, did those typically come in between 10 and 20% at the high end in terms of the percentages?
So I did not double check your math on that, but basic building math, if you've got a building that's 4 stories, the entire ground floor is commercial, that's 25%. If you've got, will you mute, Commissioner? I'm so sorry. If you've got a building that's 5 stories and the entire ground floor is retail, then that's 20%. I'm not doing the math in my head out loud. Y'all have seen I can't do that, but it continues where the percentage continues to go down. So 5%, so a split of 75 to 25 is the minimum, is what we would recommend if you wanted to move that a little bit, because it would allow the 4-story buildings that are using that are eligible for the bonus to use the bonus as a standard. But if you were to move it to 80%, as you mentioned just now, that would capture most of it. And then also, this is for type 3 only, so if there's a unique situation, the PD can change it.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, back to parking. We were asked to clarify the difference between the ZOAC approval and staff's updated recommendations for parking. And we've talked about that a little bit already today, but I want to put it out there for contemplation and discussion that the ZOAC approval, the language that was approved by ZOAC had some unintended consequences, because ZOAC at the staff recommendation offered this range of reductions in the type 3 from 20 to 100%. And the type 1 remained stable at 1.25 per unit or per regular code, whichever was less. And then, just being transparent with you, I thought about this. And this is where we got this new even across the board recommendation for type 1 and 3 to be half a space per unit, because if we flip to the next slide, which is unintended consequences, I think, ZOAC approved up to 100% reduction for type 3 buildings. Yay. But if we don't do something commensurate in the base districts, what we do is we preference PDs, which hampers housing construction, because the whole PD process takes a year or 2. It includes a bunch of risk. And so we will completely unintentionally preference PDs over the base zoning districts just for parking reductions. And this goes against the direction of the city manager to reduce the number of PDs in the city. We are under direction from him to encourage a base zoning district if that's at all possible. So this is part of the difference between ZOAC and now is partially because we came to the realization that we were putting our hand on the scale essentially towards PDs rather than towards the by right districts, which is what we're under direction to do. So we'll go to the next slide. So this is the language that that came from that's the staff recommendation for type 1 and type 3, that it's 1/2 space per dwelling unit or per any future reduction if that's what happens, and then 1/2 space for transit proximity or per any future reduction if that's what happens, and then retirement housing is 1/4 space or per any future reduction if that's what happens. So I'm going to move on a little bit and then we'll stop for questions. So this has a companion piece so that at the beginning of 1106J, the reduction has to then apply, sorry, the chart of reductions has to apply to just the non-residential uses, because we recommend making it even across the 1 and the 3, that it's 0.5 per unit, regardless of whether it's a 1 Dallas type 3 or whether it's a base zoning district. And so let's stop there and then we can move on.
Perfect. Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Thompson, I just want to circle back for a moment on where the ZOAC recommendations and the ZOAC discussion. So the type 3 chart, as it was discussed and considered at ZOAC, was in the context of a new PD, and that the base district established in the PD would set the base parking, if you will, and then the reductions applied to that base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so in considering the range of where there would be percentages of parking reduction applied, the preference was given to our lowest AMFI to help encourage the most affordability. Is that what's in this chart? Would you agree with that?
That is also in this chart. It's a little different from ZOAC, but what's also in this chart is that if you're, for example, doing a mixed income development with retail on the bottom floor, not one of those accepted uses, but retail on the bottom floor, you could get up to 100% parking reduction on that retail if you set aside 3% of your units at under 50% AMI.
Sorry, say that one again. It would be 5%, correct, per ZOAC?
Oh, sorry, per ZOAC it was 5%, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then as a part of that discussion, in the type 1 and the type 2, it was the language that was adding that, you know, future changes to 4.200 was acknowledging that there's other ongoing discussions regarding parking.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter.
Would you go back to the previous page, please? Why is B included? Because it basically just says what 2 does. It looks like, you know, lip service, give it a transit proximity, but it's moot because the parking reduction's already been awarded.
So this language is in here because it was a damned if I do and damned if I don't. I fielded a bunch of questions about why I wasn't allowing developments with transit proximity to take advantage of the reduced parking, because we'd gotten rid of transit proximity. So I sort of threw up my hands and said, you know, let's preserve the definition of transit proximity. Let's preserve the amount. I'm not prepared at this moment to recommend less than 1/2 space per dwelling unit. We might get there as a city, but you know, given all the conversation we've had so far, 1/2 space per unit is where I am for this mixed income. And I'm hoping that Andrea's not going to kill me for saying that out loud into the record, but that's where I am right now. And so it's, to your point, yes, it's redundant. But it was because people were concerned that we were somehow requiring more parking for transit proximate developments.
Do you see the need for B then? I mean,
No.
if B repeats 2A, 2 and A, I don't
Right,
see
we can, if we go with, if CPC recommends half space per dwelling unit, then there's no reason for B. If CPC wants to require a full space per dwelling unit or 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit, then we need to consider, okay, that's fine, but what do we do with transit proximity? And we need to retain this language and determine, you know, what's the benefit for transit proximity.
But staff recommendation right now is that the parking reduction is exactly the same with or without.
Yes, because half a space per dwelling unit is under the utilization that we've seen so far.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay, so we talked about this one already. What are we? Oh, you added this space. Okay, this is just to kind of give a visual for this trade-off, that if we require 2 additional spaces more than what's needed, we have taken away an entire tiny but 2-bedroom unit of housing. And that's times, if it's surface parking, that's times however many floors in the building there are, because if there are 5 floors in a building and it's entirely surface parked, then those 2 parking spaces take up a whole column of 2-bedroom, 675 square foot units. And so this is what I talked about last time around, and what I've continued to talk about is that we are proposing that we not require vacant parking spaces and instead allow additional housing. So this just kind of gives you a visual for that.
We have a question at this point. Ms. Thompson, Commissioner Stanner.
Okay, good. And then Stephen, I have parking reductions with additional information before we get to compliance in mind. So there's concern and response, and then transit proximity. Okay, good. All right, so let's go back to the image and then we can move on to this parking reduction slide.
May I ask my question?
Please.
Okay. My question is, and it's one that in our previous hearing that Commissioner Blair brought up. Have you taken into account, because I get what you're saying, okay, 2 parking spaces, you know, takes up 1 potential housing unit. However, have you taken into account where these mixed income housing developments are located, in the sense that if there's a difference, if you're in the downtown Dallas and you're building something, I think that makes perfect sense. But if you're 8 miles out, you know, as we just read a letter from someone, they said this is still an auto-centric community, whether we want it to be or not. And I understand that young people have a whole different, I was just in Miami and everybody's using Uber, but there's also plenty of cars in Miami. But did you take into account into this where, I guess my concern is, if this is across the board and someone is building this way out, and I don't know what we're going to call way out and still be Dallas, but let's just call it more of the suburban area. Is that the same as if they're building in Uptown? And I don't think it is, and yet we've got this uniform policy for the whole city. And that's one thing we must adhere to make it uniform, but I'm not sure you can apply the same logic about losing a housing space when people are dependent on cars in certain areas.
So I'm going to pass this over to Andrea and let her speak for a moment.
Okay, I missed the question. I'm so sorry.
I'll make it quicker this time without all of my going on. The question is, in considering the importance or the ratio of parking to units, does it take into consideration the geography, where in the city it's located? Because we talked about having transit, but we haven't talked a whole lot about areas where there isn't transit.
The parking ratio, the way it is established right now, does not take anything in consideration. The parking ratio right now applies to, as it is in the code right now, 1 per bedroom or 125 per unit if affordable. That applies without consideration to any geography. That's where we come in and we say that you cannot have a one-size-fits-all ratio because location matters, geography matters, behavior matters. So that's why we're saying ratio is not enough to regulate parking. That's actually our argument. So the way we try to soften it is to say, okay, we can look at utilization studies, and then we can look at transit proximity, and we can propose these reductions. But again, I think we need to move away from thinking that numbers can regulate behavior or geography. So those nuances, again, it's a matter of how you code things. Do you code them by numbers, or do you code them by location, or by softer things, design standards and things to also support options to behavior? And then there's another thing that is wrong with ratios is the fact that indeed there's nothing in ITE right now, I think so, and I want David to correct me if I'm wrong, that says, that factors in transit or frequency. So therefore, all ratios for parking in general, they're blind, that's why they're wrong, they're blind to geography, behavior, transit proximity, everything else.
Okay, so you're saying that, and I understand what you're saying, and I think that's why it's such an important decision, that if we make a decision where we're going to say, here's going to be the minimum requirement of parking all over, and I get ready to build on the extension of Northwest Highway, okay, going out towards Harry Hines, and I'm building out there, what is going to be my incentive other than what Ms. Thompson has said, which is, well, developers aren't going to build a place where they can't get tenants without the parking. I'm not sure they know that till afterwards. But what is going to be the incentive to do it more than 0.50 a place spot in areas where there isn't transit?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a magic number. Even if you compare Northwest Highway with, let's say, another highway that's in a different part of the city. So that's why I don't think by ratio you can get it right. And then it's harder to correct when you get it wrong because you already invested money into building a garage, over parking, and taking away housing supply. So I think we need to factor in what is the worst case scenario if they provide what they need, and what is the worst case scenario if they overpark for the entire city. And again, we have to look at the housing supply and all of that. So, and we already operate on oversupply of parking, so we do see what's happening, which is we live in a car-centric city and we are not willing to take any steps to change that. And I would like to remind that we need to start planning for the future more than being reactive to what the situation is right now. And the situation right now is bad. Nobody said it's bad. It's good.
I would just add one last statement, going back to the data, and Commissioner Kingston has asked for data over and over, but I'm using the data we have. Even with the senior mixed income housing, their usage is 0.81. So to me, it seems rather radical to go from 1.25 to 0.5 and not find some middle ground and then ease into the future. Just that was a comment. I know.
I would answer to that to say that we're not setting maximums. So it's a difference. Nothing is radical when you allow a little bit of flexibility to be adjusted based on location. So the second when you say that a minimum means that there's no way out of it. But when you say the minimum is a little bit lower to allow you a little bit of flexibility to actually think about and customize your project based on location, geography, and users, that's different. We're not talking about maximums. What you're saying is, if the city is going to put an arbitrary maximum, then we're in a problem because the city didn't say the maximum is 0.5. So you can still provide what is needed. And we won't come back and say, no, you need to provide less.
Okay, let me ask one
So we're
quick
not
question.
impeding.
No, I heard, it was an excellent answer. One other quick question. So you're saying, because what I don't want to see us doing, and this has come up, is end up where we're just increasing more PDs instead of people going under right. I mean, the more things we can do under base right, the better it is because our planners aren't overworked. That being said, so if I'm a builder and I come in and I've got this base right that says the 0.50 and I say, oh no, I'm going to provide 1 per unit, okay. I can do that under the base right, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but am I going to start saying, well, I can't do anything else under the base right, maybe I'll just do a PD and get a lot of other stuff too? I mean, you don't think it's going to do that?
I don't think I understand it.
Well, no, that isn't really a good question in the way I've said it. What I'm trying to say is, I just wonder if I see something that's a minimum, I'm usually going to come in and do the minimum. I hate to say it unless I'm doing a quality.
I would correct you there. I would correct you there with data. The CBD, which is downtown, our minimums are way lower than the rest of the city. All the projects in the CBD are over-parked per the code, but probably not per the need. But it's also per the need because we do have parking utilization in downtown as well. So I would say that the downtown actually proves the point that they park what they think they need, and they sometimes overpark. So, yeah.
Commissioner Blair and then Commissioner Rubin.
First, let me say this. I think that and I do have questions for Ms. Dr. Udrea. I think that when we're saying parking reduction is a misnomer because if what I'm hearing is correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, 0.5 is not what it has to be. It's the lowest it can be. If I'm hearing this correctly, and I'm seeing the heads going up and down like little doggies in the window. Here, I'm telling how old I am, right? So if I'm also hearing this correctly, we are saying that a developer or a property owner who has mixed income multifamily housing will never, ever, 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 ever want to underpark, and they would prefer never, ever, 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 ever overpark, because every overpark is a rental unit they cannot get. Am I correct with that?
I would say
yes.
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 I just wanted to add something that I would say that, yes, you are correct. I'll hand it to Pam. She's the expert. But I would say that, yes, it is correct based on what data has proven to this point.
Oh, good point. We don't know the future, but yes, Commissioner Blair, you are exactly correct in all of what you just said, and I won't restate it for you because you are right.
Okay. With that being said, let me see if I can connect some dots, because the dots are being now, my head just went, light bulb on my head. Don't you see this great big illuminated light bulb? Is saying to me, what I hear the concern at this horseshoe is that the 0.5 as a minimum seems low. So if the 0.5 is, as a minimum, is increased to 0.75, 0.8, whatever that number is, it would make those here far more comfortable than seeing the 0.5, because at the 0.5, it says this is the minimum you can go, and the concern here is the minimum you can go is too low. It does not exclude us or preclude us from ever coming back and reevaluating 5 years, 10 years, 50 years down the line that says nobody drives. We all can blink, blink like Bewitched could and get where we have to go. So to eliminate all this conversation and to move it on, what if we change that minimum number to a more realistic number that you can get the majority to agree to, knowing that it's not what, and knowing that staff will never say that in order to get this bonus, whether it be height or whatever, that you've tied a minimum amount of parking or the parking reduction or the parking minimum to a number that gives too much heartburn. It's because what I'm also hearing is that what staff is saying is they will look at the area of where the development is going to be. So if it is District 8, because District 8 has no transit oriented, that's not easy to get to. Or if opposed to looking at just north of here, or even downtown where you have all the transit-oriented transportation available to you. So if I'm hearing staff say they will never ever say that you have to go to the minimum, they will negotiate with the commissioner, because as a commissioner, you guys know I'm vocal, or it's by right. So if it's by right, and this is what they are going to come up with, that in this particular area, we know that we're going to need 1.25, 1.5, we're going to go there, and we just won't get as many available units. Is that what I'm hearing?
Let me interject. I really want to make myself again clear. So there are a few components in here. One, we need to plan for what we want to get. If we want to get out of the car dependency, we need to start planning for it, and we have the code to start planning for it for real. So one is one. Second is we're operating on an induced demand. We see the car dependency and the fact that we increased the distances and we left people outside of TOD areas and stuff like that. That's a direct consequence of requiring overparking. So we need to acknowledge that. And then the second, as I explained, and David is confirming, all the ratios are just picked numbers. So whatever number makes you comfortable, that's fine, but it doesn't mean that there's a science behind it. And I want this to be very clear. Again, if we're comfortable with 0.5, and I didn't defend the 0.5, what I was saying is it's just a little bit lower than what the utilization study shows, so we can give a little bit of a flexibility to allow some housing options for people who have different behaviors in traveling. So I just want to be very clear that numbers, we're picking them based on comfort level. We're not picking them based on any science that's behind it, and then we're operating on an induced demand. And we need to, being the City Planning Commission, to also plan, and we're planning for what the policies, voted citywide policies that say we need more housing, we need to be greener, we need to shorten the distance, we need mobility options. So we have tons of policies that are citywide voted that support a clear switch in the way we actually incentivize production of housing and how we tie it to mobility behaviors. So whatever the commission is comfortable with, just understand it's just a number. But it does have very ugly consequences.
Okay, then, can I make the and I know I'm not supposed to be doing this, but I want to, if we change the number from 0.5 to 0.8, 0.75, pick a number, know that it's just a number, no science behind it, that it is what the minimum could be, and also understand that this particular ordinance will never, ever force people to change their behavior they don't want to change, because human nature says, I'm going to do what I'm going to do no matter what you do. So if we can get to that point, then we can be done with this. Is that a true statement?
Absolutely, and I will stress, we want to introduce mobility options, housing options, and support different type of behavior by making an assumption that every household, every person who needs a house in the city has to own a car and a parking spot. That's not an option. That means that we're forcing people to own cars and drive. And I want this to be very clear.
Commissioners, one more question before we take a break. Commissioner Rubin, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is for Ms. Thompson or for Dr. Udrea, but I know there's been talk about utilization numbers and averages. If we hit the average, I think Commissioner Stannard mentioned a current utilization rate for senior living of approximately 0.8. Would that, if we hit that 0.8 at our parking minimum, would that necessarily mean that some senior living is overparked?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, I think I see that you have some slides left. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch break, and we'll continue the briefing when we get to this item at the hearing. I hope that's okay with you, commissioners. It is 1:24. That concludes the briefing of the Dallas City Plan Commission. Let's have a hard start at 1:45. Enjoy your lunch.
I can't hear you.
Hope you didn't lose your place.
We were nearly finished, and then we did our homework while we were gone, so we can circle back to Commissioner Hampton's questions about the legacy versus existing buildings and what our recommendation is. So just to finish up, we, to your point, I actually do need to find my place. Hang on a second. To finish up, we wanted to talk about a few more concerns about parking reductions. One thing that I want to address is a question that has come up a couple of different places. It might be that we need some more people to mute so we can hear the echo from City Hall.
We don't have anybody live, I'm sorry.
Oh, on the WebEx, it says that City Hall is...
It might be the podium. We're going to check it real quick.
It's better now.
Stand by 1 second. Thank you, Commissioner Blair.
So sounds better. So yep. Thank you so much. Okay. One of the concerns about so we will you go to the parking reductions, additional information, the concern about reduced requirements for mixed income? Yeah. So one of the concerns I think I understood was that the parking reduction should correspond only to the number of reserved units. And that reduced parking requirements may lead to parking problems. So we've pretty well talked about, you know, whether renters should be allowed to park outside their homes or not. And we have a varying degree of opinions on that. But I want to address this. Parking reduction should correspond only to the number of reserved units. Under the original mixed income research, part of that parking reduction was in response to data showing lower car ownership amongst lower income households. Importantly, though, the main reason for the parking reduction was to trade excessive parking requirements for reserved units in mixed income communities, because that money saved by not building excessive parking could go to offset the cost of providing the reserved units, and the land saved by not building empty parking spaces can go to create income and tax producing mixed income units. So I just wanted to kind of reach back to that and then go ahead and address this other one that talked about the utilization data. We covered this a little bit this morning, but just to reiterate, a parking utilization study, in case I didn't adequately explain that earlier, is technical jargon, for someone walking through a parking lot or driving through a parking lot or running around in a golf cart through a parking lot, generally late at night or super early in the morning at some time when you can expect that most of the people are home, and counting actual occupied spaces versus all of the spaces provided. And so this jargon then says parking utilization. In other words, how much of the parking is actually used. And so just to clarify from last time, to make sure that everyone understands, we presented a range of timeframes from 30 years ago, which is what some of the Institute for Transportation Engineers data, the ITE data said, to 2011, and then also literally last month and the month before. And then we presented a range of geographies across North America and Canada, across Texas, and in Dallas. And that data was taken from both market rate and affordable multifamily properties. And it consistently showed that right now, anyway, these apartment communities generally need only 0.8 to 1.1 per unit. There are some outliers, as we talked about, but the rest, if you park at 1.5 or 1.25, those end up being empty, unused parking spaces. And our contention, as I've said a bunch of times now, is that we would like to have a minimum requirement that is less than what's actually needed, so that there is some flexibility to prioritize housing over potentially empty parking spaces. Nothing in that is requiring a maximum. So you can still, developer can still provide as much parking as their financing or anything else, the needs of the site, the community around them, whatever needs, as they develop their building. So just to talk about those two things, and then I'll open those up for questions. We can talk about transit proximity in a second if we need to again, and then I want to answer Commissioner Hampton's questions. So we'll go then, and we'll talk about, this doesn't change, this transit proximity. We covered this already. So I just want to make sure that we, you know, we're still recommending 0.5 spaces per unit for transit proximity. You know, unless the committee would like to recommend something lower than that after this discussion of, you know, requirements at all, or sort of, you know, parking needs to be sensitive to the spaces around it. So Chair, would you like me to stop now and answer some questions or press on?
Let's do that. Any questions, commissioners, up to this point? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, I realize that I need some clarification about what negotiation goes on between staff and developers in these type 1 developments, because I think we all need to understand that when we're being asked regularly now to make straight zoning changes to MF or MU categories that could automatically get them into these by right negotiations. When I hear y'all saying that the ratios are blind to utilization rates and geography, I mean, the reduced ratios would be blind also. But when you get into these by right negotiations, at that point, is the staff making any determination based on whether this is an outlier community, whether it's an uptown community? Are you allowing the developers to tell you what parking reduction they're aiming for? I just need to know what's going on there, because this is going on outside of our, outside of any public hearing process. So I think we just need a little better understanding of what's really going on and what lengths the staff goes through to help make a proper determination as to a proper parking ratio for a project.
So to clarify, the type 1 developments are by right, so it's an administrative process, and what's allowed to be done on that parcel, both the parking aspect and the additional development rights aspect, is in the code as approved by council, as recommended by CPC. So the MF 1, 2, and 3 and the MU 1, 2, and 3, if we go forward with half a space per unit, that would be the minimum, and then developers could produce as much parking as they wanted to. For the type 3, these new PDs that are coming through, that 0.5 space per unit would be a starting place. And then all of the standard analysis that happens with PDs would happen. And if that PD location required more parking, and that was what staff's recommendation was, then it would be changed. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, but back to the type 1. If a developer comes in and wants to do type 1, are you saying that immediately staff goes right to the maximum parking reduction and also to the maximum entitlement for density, height, stories, all the rest of it?
So no, sort of. So it's both. It is an administrative process. The code gives us flexibility as far as what the maximum height is, in that if they want to set aside 15% of their units in A, B, C, D, E, or F, then they get the maximum height, the maximum FAR, that sort of thing. And they can choose from that. They tell us, hey, I want to set aside 5% of my units and I want X number of stories and this amount of lot coverage in this development. The parking has been uniform across the board, so they're either transit adjacent or they're not, and so it's either 1.25 per unit or it's 1 per unit depending on their transit adjacency or transit proximity. But there's not a sliding scale built into the code for parking. There is a trade-off in the menu of options for additional height and stories and FAR. So this MF1 is an example.
Okay, but going forward, if these staff recommended changes were implemented, it would be 0.5 parking spaces minimum required regardless of transit proximity.
Yes, going forward, that 1.25 on the slide that's up would become 0.5, and the transit-oriented development would have additional lot. Ooh, oh y'all. We need to keep the transit proximity because of this additional lot coverage in MF1. We don't have to your point, you don't have to keep the bullet B if you don't want to, but we do need to keep the definition for transit proximity because it affects the lot coverage, as it says right here on the chart. So that's another reason for keeping the definition and not getting rid of it. So to your point, sorry, I just saw this and realized there was an issue. To your point, this chart would change to say 0.5 for parking and then 0.5 for transit-oriented development, transit proximity development.
May I continue, Chair Shadid?
Of course, please.
All right. And for I believe it's type 3 developments, when it's possible that between zoning and permitting, developers can trade certain bonuses, incentives, without, I presume, going back to any sort of public process. Can you explain to me how exactly that's going to work? Because I know negotiating PDs, as you said before, keeps us up late. We neglect our animals, everything else, and we carefully craft these compromises. I'm trying to understand what my motivation would be in writing a PD that would allow that to come unraveled between zoning and permitting.
So, Stephen, will you go back to the section J that has the chart? So, if CPC and then council followed staff recommendation, each of the type 3 PDs would have a negotiated base and then access to this chart of bonuses, so that between the time that they got the zoning and the time that they started to build, if it turned out that they actually needed additional FAR from what they thought, they could at that moment offer additional affordable housing and then access that additional FAR. Same thing with the height and the stories and the number of units. But this chart doesn't change. If the PD says, you have access to this chart, then you have access to the chart. If the PD says you have access only to X thing in the chart, then that's what you have. You have access to only the X thing that the PD says.
Right. Okay, I have to ask a question. Okay, then what then is the incentive for a community to approve or a commissioner to write a PD that leaves some very significant variables open-ended?
Because it's beneficial to the city to have additional tax base and to have additional development in the area. And this flexibility helps to incentivize that additional development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin.
So just to follow up, if you do a type 3, that gets you the menu of options in 4.1106J. Is that right?
That's correct.
But if you wanted to start tweaking that menu in 4.1106J, even a small amount, would that pull it back over into type 2?
It honestly depends on how the PD is written. If the PD refers to this chart with the exception of blah blah blah, then it would be this type 3. Otherwise, it would be the type 2. All 3 types have access to the fee in lieu option, and the 1 and 2 have access to the parking reduction, regardless of. Sorry, all of them have access to the fee in lieu, and then the parking reduction is either in this chart or in the PD or changed by the PD.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Commissioner Blair, please.
Ms. Thompson, did I hear that you said that if they're in MVA A, B, C, D, and E, that they could, and they were they were near transit oriented locations, that they could go to the maximum height?
So if we look at the chart that's in front of us here, for example, what I had said was if they set aside 15% of their units, they could go to the maximum in the A, B, and C, and the D, E, and F. The GH&I is a little bit different, that they can access the maximum additional development rights with 5% of their units at 81 to 100, because we are working to incentivize mostly market rate in our GH&I areas to encourage a balance of housing opportunities in those areas.
So so GH&I, you want to incentivize market rate, but they can get the bonus if they do have some affordability in them. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And they could go to the maximum height. Is that correct too?
Yes, if they're zoning, if they're this type 1, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that staff prefers by right opposed to PDs. So, and I gather that the PDs that we're talking about that you're talking about here are standardized PDs that adds the mixed income housing bonus structures based on type 1, type 2. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I followed your question, so I'm going to try, and then you can tell me if I got it wrong. The similarity between the type 1 and the type 3 is that both of them have a menu of options. The actual content of that menu of options is different between the two.
Okay, and I can't, even with my glasses on, I can't see it's too small, your chart from here. So, no,
that better?
That doesn't help
dear.
me. I need more than what I got. So, if we are trying to incentivize, thank you. All right. Oh gosh, thank you. So if we're trying to incentivize leveling the playing field, if you will, I'm going to first start with parking. If we're going to try and making sure that we get the most living units opposed to parking stalls, can we look at or when you're writing your policy or the ordinance, instead of saying 5.5%, say a minimum of, and because it reads as though you're saying that it has to be, and when it does say a minimum.
Yeah, this is my cheater chart. It's the shortcut version.
Okay, well then I'll stop looking at your cheater chart and go back to reading all the words. Instead of some other words. I think then that you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blair. Commissioners, any other questions at this point? Commissioner Carpenter.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, so compliance. We already talked about this as well. I just briefly remind everybody that this additional regulation allows for additional pathways for compliance. And the actual language for that, it resides in 20A. The 51A requirement just says, hey, go look at 20A for additional ways that you can meet these requirements. So with that, Stephen, if you want to, I have two sets of images to talk through in response to Commissioner Hampton's question about existing developments. So Commissioner, I did most of my homework while we were gone. I struggled finding your example of a warehouse in an IR district that would even be remotely ideal for converting to housing. And I'm certain that there are 1940s warehouses somewhere, and those would be great. So I offer you instead something that is actually a deal that I tried to work on and that stumbled against because of the requirements in 1107. So this is MU1 zoning. This is a hotel. You can see that it's a hotel nestled in a sea of parking. It's at the corner of, essentially the corner of Coit and Alpha and 635. And a couple of developers have tried to come and use the bonus to convert this hotel to housing. But as you can see, there is no way this existing building can nestle up to the street. Stephen, if you go to the next one, you can see the ground floor units. Here's the front entryway, and it's kind of hard to see, but if you look along the building, those are just windows. And so if there were any rooms along the ground floor, it'd be really hard to have them connect directly to the sidewalk in the way that 1107 requires. And so this would be a prime example for this language that allows this development to use the bonus to break through the density caps in MU1, and then do its best to meet 1107, but would be, would be technically just required not to make things worse. And if we go to the next one, it's a similar, different kind of situation, but a similar concept. This one wouldn't qualify, I don't think, because it's too new, but it serves as a good example. So Churchill on the Park Apartments is up at just on the other side of the freeway at Churchill, Park Central, 75, the southwest quadrant of 635 and 75, essentially. So this is MU3. And because of the density limits in MU3, they pretty much capped out when they built here. And you can see that it's very suburban, sprawly, even though MU3 is one of our most dense mixed-use districts. This parking lot up at the upper corner actually belongs to somebody else, but it's been sitting there sort of vacant. Stephen, if you go to the next slide, you can see just the absolutely beautiful street view there of this parking lot. So if you go back to the site plan, it would be possible for, theoretically, for somebody to buy that extra piece of land and share some parking between the existing apartment community and the additional land up at the top. Take advantage of the parking reduction, take advantage of the mixed income bonus. But because none of these units actually address the street directly, it wouldn't qualify. And I can't imagine any developer taking a development and redoing all the doors in it all the way around. Like, they'd figure out something else instead. So we want to, our recommendation is to allow some flexibility. They just can't make it worse, but they wouldn't necessarily have to make 60% of their units directly address the street. So those are two mostly good examples. Each of them has a few technical issues, but they sort of get at the idea that I was trying to convey with this existing building flexibility that we recommend. So I'll take questions on that.
Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Thompson. So you gave us a couple of examples. Do you have a ballpark of when either of those examples were constructed and whether they'd qualify as existing buildings or not?
I didn't look up Churchill on the Park because I know that it's too new. I think it's mid-90s somewhere, and there's no reason to reposition this development at this point. It just gives us an example of the layout. The hotel, on the other hand, was 1976 according to DCAD. So it would qualify under my 1999 date, but it would not qualify if we set the date at 1950 or 1960 or something.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. And so I'm trying, that was a lot, and thank you, Ms. Thompson, because I know you did that on a short notice. So, and I guess I was looking more at the multifamily one, the hotel one. I'm not sure I caught enough of the detail, but on the multifamily project, for instance, if I remember the language correctly, it's either one primary entry or individual entries on street-facing facades. So couldn't you, in theory, if they, came in, were seeking a bonus, had a parking reduction, could convert parking into housing units and, put in a lobby entry in each of the buildings? Would that not bring them substantially into compliance? Or not substantially, would that not be compliant?
That would not be compliant because It requires that all street fronting facades of William Ute City Hall, all street fronting facades and open space fronting facades must have at least one window and at least one common primary entrance. So there's that. The second one is individual entries. And so except as provided in this paragraph, a minimum of 60% of the street level dwelling units adjacent to a street in each building must have individual entries that access the street.
But it would only be in this, sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
Sorry, with an improved path connecting to the sidewalk. So
correct.
Each of those, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, well, I'm trying to think of an example. You know, we've had a number of recent cases where there is a sidewalk on, you know, take a 50 by 150 lot. Someone puts a multifamily project on it with the end oriented to the street. All of the entries face onto a sidewalk. The sidewalk connects to the public right of way. Are you saying that would not be deemed compliant? Because I think we've had a number of projects.
Yes, we have changed about 12 years ago. Some of staff went around one of Billingsley's communities and really noticed the difference in street activation between a primary entrance and having individual entrances directly connect to the street. And we started to make that part of our design recommendations in as many places as we could. Not all of them. The by right doesn't require this. The base zoning doesn't require this. And so, Stephen, if you go back to the street view on this one, it's a little hard to see because of the angle of where I went. But those units don't actually open out onto the street directly. They have patios that don't connect to the street. In this case, it might be possible to change those patio doors, change the patio walls, and then build sidewalks, which would be terrific. But that's not the case in all of them.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And again, thank you for the quick legwork on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you both. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Housewright, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Thompson, you'll forgive me just trying to catch up with this conversation that's been going on for several months. So I'm in the remedial part of the room this afternoon, but I wanted to talk about this existing buildings component to this. You made a very compelling statement at the beginning of your briefing this morning that along the lines of the urgency of this issue of mixed income housing. And I happen to agree with you. I understand that this is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed. Given that, we'll take that as fact for the moment. Help me understand why there's certain buildings that can avail themselves of this program and certain that can't, and the difference is just when they're built. I don't understand the rationale for that. Why can't all existing buildings be utilized to address the issue of mixed income housing?
That's similar to the response that I gave to Commissioner Rubin a little bit earlier, in that we try to put in these situations where we're addressing existing conditions, we try to put a bit of a time lag in there to ensure that somebody's not creating the existing condition and then taking advantage of the additional rights and the additional ability to I'm sorry, I got my words twisted. We're trying not to make it so that people can create that existing condition and then come back around and take advantage of that existing condition. Because the idea here is to address the existing condition, not create it and then fix it. So if you wanted to choose, 5 years ago, that would work as well.
You read my mind.
And frankly, it would allow for this one, because I think this is a mid-90s product or early 2000s product.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Commissioners, any questions before we move forward?
Chair.
Please, Commissioner Kingston.
Well, this may be more of a suggestion, but I wonder if it might make more sense to use a different term other than legacy building, because we use legacy building. Joanna's already on it. Okay, thanks.
Chair, if I may.
Also in the Sweat Hog section today.
Ms. Thomas, I think you're probably going to say this, the term that is proposed by staff is existing building now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
That was a very quick audible. Thank you. Ms. Thompson, please keep moving forward.
At this point, I'm taking additional questions from the commission because we've reached. I mean, we can move to our staff recommendation as approval subject to staff's, no shock there. Approval subject to staff's updated recommendations as briefed.
No shock indeed. Commissioners, any last questions for Ms. Thompson before we go to our one registered speaker? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Ms. Thompson, are there any existing buildings, I mean, a building type, I'm not sure where this would go, that you personally consider to be ineligible for this type of program for adaptive reuse to mixed income housing? I was trying to think if there are categories of buildings or what is it about a building that makes it not suitable?
So there's nothing in this that changes any of our actual building code. So if you propose to have a building be used for residential purposes, you would have to meet the federal environmental requirements for residential purposes, and you would also have to meet our building code for residential purposes. So if we're talking about an adaptive reuse, you would have to bring it up to IRC standards.
Yes, I understand that part, but I guess I'm not quite clear on what the age. I mean, the age is bouncing back and forth on these buildings. It's been 5 years to 50 years to some arbitrary year. I don't know. I'm not following what variables are in the equation here.
The idea is to encourage creative use of existing housing stock or existing building material to provide mixed income development, and not to arbitrarily make it impossible for somebody to use, for example, that hotel and create mixed income development on that site, or to use that vacant parking lot and create additional housing on that site. By sharing some of the parking that's next door.
So is it design considerations that are making certain buildings ineligible, such as that hotel in the middle of the parking lot? I mean, I guess I could ask it the other way around. Are there design considerations that could override, or design changes that could override the unsuitability of a particular building for this sort of program?
Oh, I see. So there is a little bit of a balance in this, in that if we allow folks to take advantage of the mixed income development bonus in an existing MU2 district, and the sidewalk is only 4 feet, and we tell you, you just can't make it worse, there's not an incentive to make a wider sidewalk. But what does happen is additional housing happens on that site because we haven't prohibited it, and we haven't forced them to go through a zoning change to be able to do the additional housing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanner.
Well, I'm sure I'm behind everybody else, but I just want to be clear on something. Ms. Thompson, I'm on page 25, and I'm looking at the updated staff recommendations as far as parking. And I just want to be clear of what this is doing, because I'm not sure that I am. Saying that, okay, 1/2 space per dwelling unit, and I go back to Commissioner Blair's question, is required. And she questioned, well, why isn't it put is the minimum required? It says here, staff unit is required, and per the requirements of section, whichever requires fewer spaces. And then it goes on, and this is where I'm confused. at least 15% of the required parking. So that means I'm understanding the 1/2 space per dwelling unit, that 15% of that is for guest parking, not 15% more than that. And then the next part, it says, with the transit proximity, 1/2 space per dwelling unit. And then lastly, in the senior retirement housing, 1/4 space. Again, even though your data showed a usage of 0.81 by senior mixed income retirement. So is this correct that the 15% is of the required parking, not that there's 15% more on top of it?
Yes, this is 15% of the required parking must be available for guest parking. So if they choose to have all of their resident parking behind the fence, then they would need to find additional space to do that 15%.
So then it would basically lower the amount per unit if you said 15% are for guests.
It would, it would be the same number per unit, but some of those might be occupied by a guest rather than yes, some of them might be occupied by a guest.
Okay, because normally in most of the developments I've seen, they have the per unit and then that they have a portion of those reserved, and I most of the time kind of have used that 0.25 towards that. Okay, I guess I have just one comment with this, is that I do think there should be more indication of what Commissioner Blair said, that this is a minimum. When you use the word required, it means to me that's all you've got to do. And I'm always concerned with, and I've seen this in developments even in high-end areas, what happens is they eke out. You see it from the standpoint, well, it makes more housing, but sometimes it makes more revenue. You know, that you see sometimes that developers will take away, and I've used this as an apocryphal thing, that there's one down the street from me, and they know I feel this way, they left off putting a dumpster because they didn't want to use the land. They wanted one more unit, so the dumpsters are pushed out on public streets. And I guess what I'm saying is, the first thing to be cut is non-revenue producing areas. And if it just says required, I'm just afraid it's going to make people do the minimum. So I'm pushing.
If I may, we can add the word minimum on here. That's certainly our intent. That's what's understood in the rest of our code. But just to be darn certain that folks understand that this is the minimum, unless there's some objection from the city attorney's office, we can add minimum. So that it would read, except as provided in this division, a minimum of 1/2 space per dwelling unit is required.
Well, I think it'd be helpful because it shows that you're not recommending 0.5, is what they should have. It is a minimum requirement, in which leaves the open suggestion that, you base it, your whole philosophy, you base it on what you think your housing development really requires in the location where it is. And then, I guess when it goes to the retirement housing, the fact of the matter is with mixed income housing retirement, a lot of times that starts at 58, 60 years old, but believe it or not, it's not 80-year-olds that aren't driving at all, and older people tend to hold on to their cars for whatever reasons. Maybe we will push them to Uber. But 1/4 space seems pretty minimal, but that's just my thoughts. But thanks very much. But I do hope you'll put that minimum in there like Commissioner Blair and I mentioned. Yep.
This is actually a point of personal privilege. If we were moving my parents to retirement housing and there wasn't enough parking, that would then feed my argument to them that they needed to give up their car, which I would, you know, additional fodder for, hey, it's time to give up the car would actually be kind of nice in some cases.
No, amen. I agree.
Not that there aren't brilliant drivers who are 96. Just to say, I'm not ageist out there. Just at one point, sometimes it's time to have that conversation.
My 96-year-old grandmother appreciates that, Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
Touche. I see that the city attorney's office is nodding their head in regards to adjusting the language to make sure that it matches the intent from staff, that in fact is not a hard-coded requirement, but rather a minimum, a springboard. Any other questions, Commissioner Popkin?
I do have a couple questions, and I just wanted to add on to that conversation that it does seem like the number of cases where these allowances are going to be implemented may remain limited. And I know that there's a lot of consternation over lowering this minimum requirement of parking, but in the overall scheme of things, kind of along this line, it allows the folks who have chosen not to have a car or debating not to have a car the opportunity to live in a place that may be more affordable and make the decision to move to a neighborhood that may have transit proximity and live without a car. A lot of my neighbors here in Oak Cliff are in that position as small business owners, young families that don't make a lot of money, artists, people who, you know, may have moved from another city and have never owned a car, young professionals who can't afford to buy a car yet. I think there's a lot of folks in those categories who are, you know, also low income or would love the opportunity to pay less for their housing than 30% of their income. But I am also feeling a bit new to this conversation and catching up quickly. And I'm wondering, Ms. Thompson, how long are these units held as affordable? Can you remind us again?
Yeah, the requirement resides in 20A, and it's 20 years. And if for some reason they fail to do what they're supposed to do 1 year, we add that year on to the end of the period. So we ensure that we get 20 years of affordability out of the development.
Okay, and then also I was looking at these charts for how much affordable is provided in the different MVA categories and then how that translates to the height allowances. So it looks like if you're providing 15% in these three different categories in MVA A, B, C, D, E, or F, if you're providing 15% of affordable housing, you can get up to 85 feet in height from a base of 36 as of right. Is that what, am I looking at this right?
You are. This is within the base zoning districts, and it is because back in when we were doing the research between 2016 and 2019, I pulled all the permits for, you know, as far back as I could within these districts, and nobody was building multifamily in the MF1, MF2, 3, MU1, 2, or 3 districts because the requirements essentially capped development rights to an extent that people just got a zoning change instead. So what this does is it says, hey, you can build to what the development levels that people are building these days if you offer up 5 to 15% of your units as reserved dwelling units. So it is a little bit generous, but on the other hand, I've gotten quite a few and a growing number of folks to use this, and we're producing mixed income housing out of it, and we're producing units out of it. We're taking vacant lots and it's working. So I'm happy to answer any other questions on that.
Yeah, that absolutely feels like a lot, more than double the height and, you know, increasing lot coverage. And I know we as a body have been pushing for more affordable housing, and we typically are seeing 5, maybe 10% out of most projects that are asking for an upzoning. So 15% is slightly more than that. It still feels like a lot. But I understand your logic in basically codifying what we're seeing happen and short circuiting the need for more PDs and more upzoning. Okay, thank you.
Pam, if I may jump in, I just want to clarify for my purpose and for anyone else, this chart is based on the current existing ordinance and can be used today by right with no zoning action, no rezone required.
That's correct. If you have your hands on an MF1, 2, or 3 or an MU1, 2, and 3 parcel, you can set aside 5 to 15% of your units and access these additional development rights through an administrative process. You hang out with me for a little while, and we do essentially an MVA verification, which is, it serves as an MOU, a memorandum of understanding. You go through the permitting process, you deed restrict that property, and then you provide the units and market them properly and open your doors to folks. And you know, we come and check on you to make sure that you're actually doing what you said you were going to do. But yes, this is available today.
Okay, so to distill this conversation for the remedial learners in the room, so essentially this new One Dallas change to this existing by right bonus is focused on extending this to existing buildings as we're defining them, changing the parking requirement. Are there other kind of summary issues that we're focused on here? Just to summarize this whole conversation for us.
Yeah, sure. So it in effect for the existing, it cleans up a couple of stumbling blocks that we didn't intend to add and that ended up not actually matching what our intent was. It drops the parking a little bit more so that we can encourage more development of housing. It provides some flexibility for existing buildings. That's all for the type 1. It does nothing for the type 2 except that the type 2 PDs that reference 51A 4.1100 as amended could, if they haven't already started providing units, they could do a fee in lieu if council approves that. And we have some very high-end developments where it's not really financially feasible to do on-site units, but it is financially feasible for them to write a check. So we have that for the type 2, but no regulation base is changing in the type 2. And then we're adding on this additional option of in a PD, you could have a base and a menu of bonuses, get this half space per unit minimum, and also then have this additional compliance options of on-site fee in lieu or land dedication.
And you mean if you're creating a new PD or if you're in an existing PD?
So because everything old is new again, if you take an existing PD and you amend it to say, I want to take advantage of these bonuses in the One Dallas and I want to comply with the One Dallas provisions, then then that type 2 would become a type 3, but that would go through the full PD application process. That would be a full zoning change.
So essentially this is providing a framework by which we then look at new PDs that may not fit exactly within this, but that want to follow that structure more or less.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
I have a question. I have one quick
Commissioner
question.
Standard, please.
I'm sorry. I do have one quick question, though, about this fee in lieu. And this may be premature, but I'm sure you've thought about this. Okay, so I'm just curious. At what point does the fee in lieu come? I mean, as far as if you're working with the PD, does that come during the CPC? I mean, so that you sort of have a contractual understanding that you're going to get this because of the fee in lieu? I mean, where in the process does that occur?
So the fee in lieu is built into the 51A language. So if this gets approved by council, it would be available in the by right districts. And then it would also be available in the type 2 that refer back to 51A 4.1100 as amended. and it would be available to any new PD that refers back to this language. And then it comes when the developer pulls a building permit. When they start that building permit process, they say, hey, I want to use the bonuses in my zoning district, and I'm going to provide the units on site, or I'm going to write you a check. If they decide to write a check, that would go into a newly created fund called the One Dallas Fund, and then it would go out. And I was looking, I don't have slides to show all the different ways. We talked about this a couple meetings ago, but it would go out into the community essentially. So it would go to buy down the cost of additional affordable housing in the A, B, and C and rapidly gentrifying D, E, and F areas. So if we had a development that wanted to do on site, but they were a little bit short, they could use from that fund pending council approval and all of that. Or the money could go to support mortgages for families who want to own a home and we need to support their home ownership. It could go to infrastructure in support of housing. It could go to homeowner repair programs because as has been commonly reported, you know, we have hundreds of people apply for homeowner repair program every year and we can get to about 50 of them. So this would provide money for homeownership and homeowner repair as well. So that's the full cycle that the
I understand that.
And out.
I guess that's not really my question. My question is more, I mean, obviously there are times where we're negotiating PDs, okay? And we're trying to get where the height, the densities, et cetera, and we're saying, okay, you know, we'd like for you to do mixed income, et cetera, and you say no, and the developer says, no, I would rather do a fee in lieu. What I'm asking is, do we negotiate? Is that going to be part of our CPC negotiations? Does that, because you just said that would happen at permitting. So that's more, I'm talking about process more than anything.
Okay, so
Ms. Thompson, I think the city attorney's office has got a great answer, and I just appreciate Commissioner Stannard for two reasons. One, a non-parking question, and number two, the big elephant in the room here that I was just waiting for someone to go there, and I'm glad that you did, so thank you. Yes, sir.
Bert Vandenberg, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the City Council adopts a policy to accept fee in lieu, I'm sorry, would this be better? Sorry. When the City Council adopts a policy to adopt fee in lieu, a mechanism will be created to receive the money and distribute the money, the fund that Pam is talking about. And Pam, as soon as I go wrong, just tell me. The staff in housing are the ones charged with doing the math. You know, this amount of affordable housing is worth this much money. And that'll be the fee in lieu that will be adopted as part of the policy.
If I may.
Yes.
The recommendation right now is that the fee be written into 20A with an escalation clause so that it grows every year by a little bit, but that it's transparent and not a thing that's negotiated. And so in 20A, it would say, if you're building up to this height, then this is the dollar fee per, the amount per foot. If it's up to this height, then it's this fee per foot. If it's this, so that it's set and it doesn't become a negotiation.
Right. So again, what the city plan commission does is land use, and what you will negotiate, as you've done before and what staff has worked with, is that you will say this much affordable housing should be provided to provide this much of a development bonus. And the formula that the housing folk are coming up with or have come up will be the method that the affordable housing and development bonuses that you guys have negotiated are then translated into a monetary figure. I hope that made sense.
I forgot. I would be able, openly as a CPC commissioner to say, if someone was talking to me about that, well, then here is your option. And then you can work that out with staff, et cetera. Is that what you're saying?
If I understood what you're saying, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, if I understood what the commissioner was saying, the commissioners would be allowed to say, just as you said, going forward, I think that you should provide, 5% at whatever rate, and you should get this development bonus. And then they will go to staff, and whatever formula staff has, they will be able to translate your land use amounts into their numbers. Right, Pam? Just yes or no?
Close.
Thank you.
Commissioner, also, it's in tiny font on your screen. But the language in 51A, very bottom of the code, says the requirements for on-site reserved units in this division may be met by alternative methods as provided in 20A-23.1. And it's 20A-23.1 that will lay out the how the fee works, the amount per foot, under what circumstances, what other thing you can do. And so you might not have actually asked this question completely, but baked into the code already is, yes, you can go pay the fee if you would like to. That also means that in the negotiation for the PD, if you don't want those alternative methods, you can negotiate that this bullet K does not apply in that PD and they would have to do on site. So you have a little control.
Thank you.
One quick follow-up to that, Pam, since we're kind of hovering around that subject. You talked about the hurdle rate and the cost per square foot, et cetera, et cetera. I'm assuming, and I believe that you have a consultant, or you're looking at our sister cities, and you're figuring out exactly what is that sweet spot that that hurdle needs to be set, where we don't want all developers in all opportunity areas to be able to pay the fee in lieu and not create, right? We're weakening the mixed income housing ordinance when we're not putting in mixed income housing units.
So we have charged them with preferencing on-site units where that's financially feasible, and setting a fee in lieu where on-site units is not likely to be financially feasible. And the schema they have proposed to us will be translated into ranges of stories. Right now, they say stick built is X dollar per foot. Stick over podium is a little bit more per foot. Up to 12 stories is a little bit more per foot, and then high rise is this upper level per foot, with some adjustments for MVA categories to encourage development. So this is where Bert was almost right, in that it's a chart based on construction type, not necessarily based on the specific affordability that's negotiated in the PD, because it's too hard to find the nexus between the specific bonuses in a PD and this chart. It's much easier to say that, and it's much more transparent to say that if you're building this, then this is your fee. If you're building this, then this is your fee. You can then plug that into your pro forma and rock and roll.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, Ms. Thompson. What constraints exist in the code on the bonuses in these charts that can be awarded during the administrative approval of incentives? Is residential proximity slope the only thing that staff can't overrule?
We gave a little bit of flexibility on height in the actual code, and residential proximity slope is required. to be met. We made no changes to residential proximity slope. We also made no changes to setbacks except to add in urban form and tower spacing setbacks in some places where it seemed like that would alleviate some future concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. As always, fantastic job. Your stamina is amazing. Commissioners, we have one registered speaker on this item, Mr. Northrop. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for waiting. We're ready for your comments, sir.
Sure, she did, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the item read into the record?
Oh, I believe it was not. Thank you so much, Ms. Pacina. Let's get that read into the record. Mr. Doss.
I apologize. I lost my window for a second. Item DCA, case DCA201-008, consideration of amending the Dallas Development Code, Chapter 51A-4.1100, mixed income housing, to support and align with the One Dallas Options program within the City of Dallas Comprehensive Housing Policy. Staff recommendation is approval, subject to staff's updated recommendations as briefed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doss, for putting that on the record, and the ZOAC recommendation also of approval. Now we're ready for you, Mr. Northrop. Good afternoon.
Is my screen frozen? Oh.
We can hear you now, Robert.
I'm sorry, I might have missed something. What are we waiting for, please?
Mr. Northrop, I'm trying to look at him up here. I don't see him. Is he still online?
Oh, okay, thank
Or
you.
is he?
Yes, he is. Let me move him over the panel.
Thank you.
Apologies.
We can see you, Mr. Northrop. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Mike Northrop, and I live at 5703 Goliad Avenue. Appreciate listening to everybody's comments about this proposal today. I've been listening all morning and all afternoon. I share Commissioner Stannard's concerns that the proposed reduction of parking minimums is drastic. And I cautiously applaud Commissioner Blair's suggestion that maybe you start somewhere with a higher percentage reduction than the one that's been proposed, or yes, I said that wrong, but with a higher number than what's being proposed at the moment. But at the end of the day, I believe that it is better to strip the parking component out of this proposal for the time being until two things happen. First, ZOAC produces its recommendations as to comprehensive parking reform across the city. And second, somebody comes up with reliable data that can be used as a basis for fixing the right amount of percentage parking reduction. Your docket refers to a recent utilization studies as support for where the staff's number comes from. In reality, the use of the label studies is a disservice to the meaning of the word study. In my field, which is the legal field, the data is more appropriately labeled junk science. It is not reliable, its sources are in doubt, and the ability to replicate it or otherwise verify its methods and conclusions is completely missing here. I also incidentally find it objectionable that no affirmative public outreach has been made here, except apparently to those that will directly profit from this change. And that's relevant to where this data comes from. To base passage of what will become law of this city on this data is just irresponsible. The city would be equally served by spinning a roulette wheel and seeing what number it lands on and fixing that as the appropriate number. But let's set aside that for a moment because I want to address a comment from Ms. Udria from earlier. She said that once you overpark something, you can't really undo it. But the same is also true if you underpark a development. And that's where ZOAC's work on this parking component and the more comprehensive parking code reform is important. Over and over again, the materials from parking reform experts that the city has used with ZOAC stress two things. First, that any parking reform is incremental, and that more or less addresses some of the comments that Commissioner Blair raised earlier this morning. That's something that's important. Second, you had better have in place contingency plans in your code. That's something else that's also missing here. Contingency plan.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Northrop. Thank you, sir. Please stand by. I'm sure there'll be questions for you.
Okay.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Northrop?
I'd like to know those contingency
Commissioner
plans.
Stanton, thank you. Mr. Northrop.
Yes, so the experts recommend that there be contingency plans. ZOAC has discussed those because the expectation is that when you reduce parking, you're going to have problems that result from that, and parking is going to overflow into surrounding and adjoining areas. And there has to be a way to address that. There also has to be a way to put the brakes on in case it does become a problem, and that's part of the reason for an incremental approach. I don't know what the answer is. ZOAC hasn't provided us that answer yet, and that's why I think it's more appropriate and more responsible to wait on this component. There's obviously going to be a number that's going to come out at some point, but today is probably not the time to address that.
Any other questions, commissioners, for our speaker? Okay, any last questions for staff? Could there possibly be any other questions? No? Okay. Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have comments if I have a second. In case number DCA201-008, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request per ZOAC recommendation with the following revisions. 1, follow updated staff recommendations on the following items. Section 51A 4.1105, procedures to obtain a development bonus, items B, 6, and 7, item D, 2, item E, 2. In section 51A 4.1107 design standards, item E1C. Number 2, in section 51A 4.1107 design standards, strike items A3, removing type 3 submittal requirements, and strike item 4, removing historic or existing building provisions. Number 3, in section 51A 4.1107 C2, per ZOAC recommendations, add minimum to the parking requirement as listed. Number 4, in section 51A 4.1102, applicability in item E, follow updated staff recommendations with the following revision to the added text, yard, lot, space, and parking reduction, change and to or. Number 5, in section 51A 4.1106J, follow updated staff recommendation with the following revision. Minimum floor area devoted to residential uses to be 80%. Number 6, in section 51A 4.1106J1, the table for type 3 developments, follow updated staff recommendation with the following revision. In item 5, parking reduction, strike non-residential.
You do in fact have a second, Commissioner Hampton. Thank you, Commissioner Blair. Comments, Commissioner Hampton.
So it seemed long, but it's actually pretty simple. We followed staff recommendation, our updated staff recommendation on items that were clarifying language in the type 1 provisions. That goes back to the fundamental charge that was given to ZOAC in considering this. Our focus was housing, adding one Dallas policy options in addressing issues that staff has identified in the existing program. That was the basis of our review, our discussion, and consideration. So the bulk of the items at the front of this were picking up all those clarifications from building inspection and staff review. The more significant items were in looking at how the type 3 development moves forward. That's the One Dallas program. That was the focus of our discussions. There were numerous discussions both at ZOAC and here. What are the implementation? What are the details? How would it integrate with Chapter 20A, which addresses the alternative methods such as land dedication and fee in lieu? Those were also discussed here. When we were considering the existing program, we had robust conversations at ZOAC about how do we further strengthen the program? Where we have other housing opportunities? How do we integrate home ownership? How do we think about green building? How do we think about legacy buildings to supplement housing? Some of those items we tried to get included. The details weren't quite there. Some of those we hope will come back before ZOAC as we continue to develop and refine this program. In following the ZOAC recommendation, it addresses the core items that were our charge. The 3 substantive items that were between ZOAC and staff are those that I want to outline in more detail. First is existing buildings. ZOAC talked about this primarily in terms of our older or legacy building housing stock. The staff recommendation presented this as a way to look at our broader housing stock. As we talked about today and at ZOAC, there are a lot of details here, and it appears that in some cases it may be possible to implement under existing zoning and others not. However, there just appear to be too many details that we don't have to really understand and vet this. And I do hope it's something that we bring back at a later date. The second item on the type 3 clarifications. In moving this forward to CPC, ZOAC specifically asked to have evaluations for further incentives for our weaker markets. One of the first comments that was made at this body in our briefing is how do we add more housing and a higher number of units as we consider this program going forward. The motion and the updated staff recommendation includes those adjustments. The last item, parking. It has clearly been our most significant discussion at our earlier briefing, at our briefing today, speakers and letters we've received. There is vast interest in the parking discussion. As reflected in the type 3 recommendation by ZOAC, there are robust reductions that are proposed. Those are proposed within a PD framework that responds to site and project conditions, which was the context of our discussion. It allows for the geographic, transit, and designs that influence behavior, as noted in our briefing this morning. It was further highlighted in our briefing both this morning and this afternoon that on type 1 projects, we continue to identify new clarifications on how we would implement parking reductions. Both staff and the commissioners are correct. In individual cases, overparking and underparking can both be detrimental. Revisions to our parking code are needed. They are currently being evaluated by staff to return to ZOAC. This is what the ZOAC intent in their recommendation in adding the language about a future reference to Chapter 51A amendments. I hear all of my fellow commissioners who are ready to have this parking discussion. But by following our established process on zoning amendments, it allows this body to have a deliberate, thoughtful discussion in a holistic fashion regarding parking. Our charge here today is housing. It is, again, a critical need in our city. This motion seeks to balance the housing needs of our city, the policy goals in bringing the One Dallas program forward, address the procedural items to strengthen our existing program, and to move this discussion forward. I ask my fellow commissioners for your support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioners, before we keep going with comments, Ms. Udell or Ms. Thompson, can you please, maybe for the benefit of the commission and definitely myself, interpret what the motion in detail implies and where we landed on the critical items?
I have an earlier version of the motion, but not the updated version of it.
Ms. Thompson, if I can help you, the two changes are to change "and" to "or," which was Commissioner Carpenter's questions on by right or PDs that reference by right zoning. And the other one was to add minimum and the by right parking reduction, if that's helpful.
That does help, thank you. Okay, so then
Hey, Mr. Chair, Bert Vandenberg, Assistant City Attorney. While Pam prepares her response, can I make one clarification on
Please.
the motion? I talked to Commissioners Stannard and Blair about this, and it's a very slight thing, but people seem to sometimes care very passionately about small things. The actual wording for the updated staff recommendation regarding the multifamily parking may or may not have the word minimum in it. It will probably read something along the lines of, and you're welcome for me doing this, Pam, except as provided in this division, the lesser of 1/2 space per dwelling unit or the amount required in Division 51A 4.200 is required, which means exactly what the motion meant, but is just written in our standard language so that people 10 years ago would know what it meant and 10 years from now would know what it meant.
Thank you for the clarification.
Time, Pam?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I am pleased that the CPC is accepting our updated recommendations that are clarifications that happened that improved language, because some of that language really was, it needed a little bit more scrubbing, so thank you for that. We are, of course, happy to remove the development plan language because that was our recommendation. The existing /legacy/historic buildings, I'll need to talk amongst staff about whether we want to keep that language as a staff recommendation moving forward or whether we want to put that in a parking lot along with some of the other comments that came up with ZOAC. Because it is a need, but it's not something that I'm addressing every day with folks stumbling against this. I just see it as a future need. Bert, we had in 51A 4.11.6J, there was a reference to a subsection or paragraph or something. We don't know what the right language is. I'm assuming that'll get cleaned up when they clean up the word. And then to the elephant in the room, it really is important to staff that we, as soon as possible, stop requiring over parking It is helpful to have the recommendation include or per 200, whichever is less, polished to keep the city attorneys help us keep the language clean. But we would like to encourage CPC to consider immediately or as soon as possible halting the requirement for over parking, because we have this land use that is impervious surface, and we have it everywhere. And because we have it everywhere, we've gotten used to it. That's our default. And what we don't see is that concrete is poured everywhere, and it is bad for our land use, it's bad for transportation, it's bad for mode shift, and it's expensive for people who are trying to access housing who don't need that vacant concrete. And so it is really important to us that we stop requiring excessive parking. And the few times that there might be some outliers where somebody underparks, or where it seems like people are underparking because
Pardon me, Ms.
residents are
Thompson.
parking on the street.
Pardon me, Ms. Thompson.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, you're fine. I think just one quick question for the city attorney's office. Can we distribute this motion? I think we have it on the screen here. Are we allowed to? Okay.
Mr. Chair, can Commissioner Hampton explain it in layman's terms what
That's what I
she
thought.
did?
Yeah, that's what I thought Ms. Thompson was going to do. I'm sorry. I think I just didn't frame my question to you correctly, Ms. Thompson.
I need it in layman's terms.
Yes, basically, Ms. Thompson, I think what we need is to translate Mr. Vanderberg's very accurate attorney language to our language.
Let's let Commissioner Hampton do that, because you're right, I jumped straight to analyzing and not to explaining it. My apologies.
Okay.
I'm happy to do so. So I don't know if everyone has the case report in front of you or not. And it's what the markup that Ms. Thompson had up, but if you start on page 12, so for instance, where we have applicability, which is plan development districts that default to MF or MU districts, it added language that says do not alter the yard, lot, space, now, or parking regulations in the event of a conflict between such plan development districts and the division, the more restrictive standard controls. This was addressing, am I still too technical? You can say yes if I am. I was going to go through line by line if that's helpful for everybody. Just which box got selected. Okay, I'm getting some thumbs up on that, so I'm going to proceed. So that is staff's recommendation that is addressing an implementation issue. So it's not a substantive change. On page 13 of the docket, staff added existing building. That is being struck. On page 16, there are two clarifications of language that came from building inspection comments regarding defining the total floor area and the floor area devoted to residential uses, and then maintaining the other reasonable or pertinent information. So that's how the program is implemented. Under minimum units required, it inserts the word total on the number of dwelling units to be provided. So again, that's a language clarification. It's not a substantive change. Page 17 on phasing. Again, it's reflecting staff's comments on how the phasing would be implemented in the event there was. So staff's recommendation on that item. Page 19 is under the development regulations, which introduces the type 3 developments, or the One Dallas program. Staff had recommended 70% of floor area. As we discussed, I did some analysis, I pulled things forward. In lieu of the 70% that staff had recommended, 80% is what was included in my motion. So it's staff's updated recommendations, revising 70 to 80% on the floor area required to be residential. Within the table for type 3 developments, it is using updated staff recommendations. So this includes the percentage of units in the various tiers It includes the additional clarifications on how the language on height bonuses are utilized. It adds the story bonuses as a part of it. The change here is on item 5 under parking reductions. So in updated staff's recommendation, it is the reduction applies to the total number of parking spaces for all non-residential uses. The word non-residential is proposed to be struck. What that does is it puts it back to ZOAC's recommendation on parking, that it defaults to the base standard established in the PD, and then all uses except the few that are listed on alcoholic beverage, commercial uses, or commercial amusement can apply for the parking reduction. So is that clear? Looking for any nods? Not really. So it's updated staff recommendation. The two changes are that it's a minimum of 80% residential is required to qualify for a type 3 program. And within the parking reduction percentages are tied to the base zoning district as defined in the PD.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
But they could get parking reductions for restaurants and bars?
Not for bars, because alcoholic beverage establishments are excluded from the parking reduction per the list. Restaurants are not.
I see restaurant on there as
Oh,
excluded.
sorry, I read by it. My apologies. You're correct. Both restaurants with and without drive-throughs. So those 5 uses are excluded. I'm going to keep going. So design standards. It strikes all of the suggested submittal requirements. It strikes the existing building or historic building consideration. And then under the off-street parking, it suggests to follow the ZOAC recommendation for multifamily parking with the additional clarification to reference future Chapter 51A standards as amended. And then the last item on 27, staff had recommended to reference the street design manual for sidewalks, and that would be included. So that was more detailed and wasn't layman's terms, but the three.
Go back to the parking. I didn't
Questions?
quite get that.
One quick second. Commissioner Popkin, did you have a question?
I was going to ask the same question on the parking segment. So essentially, since we're removing the word non-residential and having it point back to 51A, that kicks it back to the upcoming parking conversation overall citywide, rather than having some updates here in this?
I think it's set at 1.25, right? Except for type 3. So type 1 and 2 would be split, would have a different parking requirement than type 3.
But type 2 already is as defined in the PD.
Yes, but type 1, the by right option would be parked at 1.25, and type 3 PDs would have this flexibility.
Correct. Pending the review by ZOAC and the future recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? I mean, I guess we're still asking questions before we opine, right? Because I clearly have a problem with that, right? We're going to end up with a flood of PDs.
Okay, I am from the South. I'm very slow. I need a 1, 2, 3 on that parking thing again. So what you're saying is on tier, do that again, the exact parking, just say it, okay?
The intent of the motion is that type 1 remains as it is today.
1.25.
1.25, anticipating that ZOAC, staff is reviewing it and it will come to ZOAC, and that's when that will be taken up. Type 2 is as defined in the PD, so existing PDs or future PDs. Type 3 is now able to use the template established with this chart. based on the use as defined in the PD.
So any project that will be developed by right will have to provide 1.25 per unit or 1 per unit if it's in transit proximity.
Correct.
For the by right.
For the by right.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may ask one question of Ms. Udrea. I understand that staff spent a year plus working on the parking recommendations. It is in the queue. Would you anticipate within this year that it will be back to ZOAC?
Yeah, we're working on a prioritization list for code amendments right now. Andrea and Julia were just doing, I think we need to turn that into the city manager pretty soon. We have a lot of shifting priorities and apparently it's out of my control. So I would love to bring it back as soon as possible.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chair, the only context for that is, I hear everybody's discussion, but I think there's a lot of questions on how it is implemented. And if it's going to be back before us, I'm trying to give a context to what is the window that we were talking, we would be considering if we deferred changing the by right. And I don't think we're talking about years is my understanding, but again, I will defer to staff on that.
But just to make clear, but the type 3 you would be changing.
Yes, we're changing it
So
with
you would be
this.
comfortable changing the type 3, but not the type 1?
Type 3 is per ZOAC. ZOAC included very robust parking reductions available to be evaluated within the context of a PD.
Okay. Questions,
Can I have a-
commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
I need some clarification on where we are with legacy and existing buildings because I'm not understanding where we are on that at all.
Those are proposed to be struck in the motion as read into the record.
Completely, there will be no reference to existing buildings whatsoever?
Correct.
Mr. Chair?
Please, Commissioner Rubin.
Yes. I move to amend the motion by Commissioner Hampton to make the following changes. First, keep the term non-residential per staff's recommendation in section 4.1107J5. And second, to follow staff's updated recommendation in section 4.11C2. And if I have a second, I have some comments and can explain.
Do we have a second? I'll second it, please.
Okay. So this reverts back to staff's recommendation on the parking reduction. And the reason why I've made this amendment is to promote the creation of additional affordable housing in the city by reducing costly parking minimums currently required by code. We've seen the data from staff showing that parking requirements for MF and MU are too high when compared with actual use, and this amendment attempts to shift parking requirements to reflect the current usage statistics that staff has provided us, as well as to provide flexibility for the future with the likelihood that technology and other changes like improved public transit and multimodal transportation will reduce the overall demand for the amount of parking and amount of space required for parking. And if, current code unfortunately takes this space for parking and also shifts dollars that could be used to provide affordable housing, as well as much needed market rate housing into concrete for parking spaces that sit unused. Importantly, this amendment doesn't prohibit anyone from building any amount of affordable parking for multifamily. It does not set a parking maximum. The owner of a property is free to park at 1.25, 1.52, or more parking spaces per dwelling unit, and I don't see this as likely to create substantial spillover parking. It's very difficult to lease a property without adequate parking, and we are not going to see parking for which there is true demand to actually just disappear overnight. And finally, if this does lead to some small amount of spillover parking, which I wouldn't expect, the trade-off is well worth it the additional few number of cars on the street is substantially outweighed by the additional affordable housing that this change is likely to create.
Point of order. We have a motion on the floor that we haven't voted on, and we did a change, and so we have now two motions on the floor?
Correct. It's an amendment to the motion.
So we will now debate the
Okay.
amendment.
All right, thank you.
We'll go around, and if it lives, it lives. If it doesn't, then we go back.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
Absolutely. Just a point of clarification, Vice Chair Rubin, does your motion unify the parking requirement for all three types?
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Ms. Stannard.
Now, let's debate. Commissioner Stannard, please.
Okay, I can't.
On the amendment.
Okay, I cannot support Commissioner Rubin's amendment. And one of the reasons I can't is that when we've been talking today, what keeps coming up, and I get it. I mean, I lived in Washington, D.C. I know what city living's like. But we talk about millennials. We talk about not using cars. We talk about young people and the future of them. What we haven't talked about, and it isn't just affordable housing, it's mixed income housing, is that families are going to be living in these mixed income families that aren't just one person. They're not millennials. We live in a place where everybody we know has one pickup truck in their family. And part of that is because we live in Texas. And people, for their recreation, may not be using their cars all the time, but they take drives places. They drive to other places. And these are families, and it's a part of the culture in Texas. And I think to go to an extreme on any way just opens the door. I mean, yes, should we reduce the amount of required parking? Yes, obviously we need to, but I think a reduction to go from 1.25 to 0.50 is so extreme and could be abused in getting rid of it. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Stannard. I will be supporting the reduction. I don't know what the magic number is, but I like this direction. I think it's a move forward for the city of Dallas, and I think it's a very important point that I want to make sure that that I put across is that, in my opinion, I think it's important that this ordinance has a parking requirement that's unified on all three types. Because essentially what's going to happen is that if we leave the by right at 1.25 and we lower the type 3, well then now we're essentially forcing developers to come in for a PD. Now, I can't believe what I'm going to say what I'm about to say as the city plan commissioner, because we're addicted to PDs, right? We love PDs. PDs are negotiated zoning solutions. But moving forward for the city of Dallas, I think outside of a few people who I see them kind of wincing now, we need to move away from PDs. And number one. Number two, there is a correlation between parking and mixed income units. I believe in that. That's the research that I've read, that I came across speaking with developers when we wrote the mixed income housing unit in the first place. There is a direct correlation between the number of the parking requirement, and the number of units, not only mixed income units, but total units. And so therefore, I think whatever number we land on today, I would hope that it's a unified for all three types, and that we don't create a scenario when in fact could be eliminating the mixed income housing ordinance by forcing applicants to come in for a PD for a lower parking requirement, and therefore getting less units, not only less total units, but less mixed income housing units. So my recommendation today, and what I would hope would happen is whatever number we land on, that it be a unified number. That way we have an equal incentive to all types of projects. And then just lastly, I think Commissioner Stannard hit the nail on the head earlier today in a piece that all these years of working with this ordinance, it hadn't dawned on me that in fact, the parking requirement that we have now, in fact, is blind, right? It's blind to location. It asks for the same amount if you're right next, more or less, uptown or in deep south Dallas. And what I think we're talking about today is to allow applicants that choose to volunteer to offer a certain percentage of set aside to mixed income units, not all applicants, only those that are offering a certain percentage of mixed income units, and the ability to customize their parking to their location. We're saying to these applicants, if you set aside this percent of units, then we are going to trust you that you know your market, that your capital stack will invest in a project that is not under part, and that you will customize your parking requirement to your location. And in exchange for that, you're going to set aside X amount of percent of units or pay this fee in lieu. But with that, again, I hope that we land on a number that's unified, whatever that is. I'm happy to support this motion, or a number that is more equitable to the group. Commissioner Young.
I will not be supporting the amended motion. I think the amended motion mixes apples and oranges, being mixed income housing policy and parking policy, based on the tenuous connection of saving developers money and thereby incentivizing them to provide mixed income housing. We've seen the data that shows that the current market parking levels within the few number of projects studied in the data or analyzed in the data lead to a much higher parking ratio than is in staff recommendation. And the fact that staff recommendation is inadequate for parking is proven by a comment Ms. Thompson made this morning. We want a minimum requirement that is less than actually needed. A minimum requirement that is less than actually needed. It assumes, if we go with that minimum and inadequate requirement, that the savings will be diverted to mixed income housing, with no proof whatsoever that that will actually happen. The amended motion conflates the mixed income housing portion of the ordinance, which is relatively uncontroversial and widely accepted, with the a priori decision about parking policy that developers can be trusted in most cases to provide adequate parking. That may be right or it may be wrong. ZOAC is grappling with that question, but it is not for us to prejudge that question, except in the context of the parking ordinance with a full-fledged ZOAC recommendation and staff recommendation to consider. The current parking proposal by staff in this ordinance is, to use the chair's words, blind. It is blind to geography. It is blind to transit proximity, just as the current parking code is generally and just as the ZOAC version is. I happen to think we need to move away from such blind numbers. So does Ms. Andrea. We need to move away from parking ratio, and it is wrong to be blind to transit proximity and geography. I agree with those sentiments, but the place to decide what to substitute for them is in consideration of the parking ordinance, not in consideration of the mixed income housing ordinance. The tenuous connection will survive today's vote. In all type 3 PDs going forward, if this motion passes, every type 3 PD will be controversial as to parking. We may not be arguing anymore about whether it's 5% or 7% or 2% and whether it's 50 to 60 or 100 to 120 AMI. But if the goal of this ordinance is to create a type 3 template that will achieve widespread acceptance and use, prejudging the parking ratio is the surest way to ensure that that type 3 template is not used without alteration in each case. I think by far the most sensible solution is that proposed in the original motion. When the parking ordinance comes forward, if it proposes ratios that remove too much or all of the incentive for mixed income housing. It will be perfectly appropriate to re-examine those mixed income housing ratios. But in doing so, we will be doing so with an understanding of how that fits into the overall parking framework, an understanding that we do not have at present. I think it would be irresponsible to decide mixed income housing parking divorced from what we're going to decide about other parking, and so I will not be supporting the amended motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Kingstead.
Oh, thank you. Well, Commissioner Young eloquently said a lot of the things that I was going to say. I agree with him. Frankly, I would get rid of the parking reduction altogether in type 3. And if it's a PD, let the people negotiating the PD come up with whatever they want to come up with. It's not that difficult. And I think having it out there dangling for uses like restaurants and outside and inside commercial entertainment incentivizes uses that traditionally have a significant amount of parking because they should have it. I'm sorry, I misread that. Scratch that last part. But the general premise that we're deciding parking in a vacuum just doesn't seem like good policy. And when I look at the data, the thing that's most troubling to me is that when I look at what the staff is calling data, I tend to agree with Mr. Northrup. It's junk science. And staff's dogged refusal to provide the underlying information that supports their spreadsheets. And, you know, we got a little bit of that yesterday, even though we've been asking for it since this was being entertained by ZOAC. That just tells me that they're not confident in their quote unquote data either. I don't mind supporting progressive policies. I don't think anybody would describe me as a non-progressive. Parking is one of those things, but it's got to be supported by data. And this change isn't, and staff admits that it isn't. Staff admits that the data they have, including the stuff they've scrounged together since the last hearing, supports 60% more parking than they're suggesting at a minimum. And making those type of decisions in a vacuum without considering transit proximity, the impact on the quality of life of the people who are going to live next to an underparked unit, trusting the development community to make all the decisions the right way. Don't get me wrong, I think some developers are very savvy at making good parking decisions, but I don't think all of them are. And the more disadvantaged the area is where they're trying to put affordable housing, the more likely you're going to find people cutting corners in places like parking. And those areas are also going to be the places that are least likely to have public access to transportation. So this parking discussion within this context of affordable housing looks to me to be the nose under the camel's tent, and advocates for parking reduction are gung-ho about it. And as a planning commission, and you know, staff is judged on how many housing units they get. And so whatever the tools they can get to get those housing units might appear more attractive to them than it would to me as someone who's looking beyond just housing and considering the other challenges that the city has and the other tools that we have in the context of urban planning and the impact that these decisions have not only on the users. Staff is very clear. They only are focused on the users of the affordable housing. They're not focused on the people who have to live next to it. The quickest way to get my neighbors to tell you, I don't want that affordable housing in my neighborhood, is to underpark it. No question. So if we want to encourage this kind of development in high opportunity areas, then we have to be realistic about where those areas are today and meet those people where they are today. Because planning for a future that we don't live in and aren't realistically going to live in maybe my lifetime, but certainly not the next decade, is irresponsible, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. I appreciate Commissioner Rubin's motion, And I understand that it reflects a lot of the discussion that we've had. Where I am not able to support it and why I did not include a number, a revised number within my motion is the simple fact that all the components that staff has evaluated regarding the parking reductions, I went back and pulled it from last fall. Transit fare provisions, transit fare subsidies, real-time transit information, shared vehicle access, car share, carpool incentives, charging stations, access mobility, reserve parking. There is a laundry list of design standards that are being evaluated in conjunction with the parking. None of that is included by simply reducing the parking requirement to a minimum below what is anticipated, with none of that context and no ability for staff to include it in a by right project. That is why I am asking for it to be reviewed by ZOAC and bring it back as part of a comprehensive review for this commission. And, you know, again, my question to schedule that I asked staff, I hope that it is a very short window between when this will potentially move forward and when that more holistic conversation can take place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner House-Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened patiently to the briefing and the debate all day, and I've failed to grasp why we must include parking in any of these motions. I'm reluctant to support, frankly, either motion that's on the table. I feel like that parking should be addressed in a more global manner, and it should we should stay on task with the process that's at staff and ZOAC right now. I happen to believe we are overparked. I believe all the things Ms. Thompson said about parking and its negative, its detrimental effects on our city. However, this seems like just an ill-considered move to bolt this parking solution onto this improvement to the mixed income housing ordinance. With respect to the chair, I don't see that the parking question is nearly as big an impediment to mixed income housing as some might think it is. I think that the kinds of bonuses that are already available by way of density and height, those are the things that move the needle on mixed income housing. I mean, you will note one of the cases that we held over this week was able to achieve 440 units as opposed to 250 units with the existing ordinance we have today. So I don't know that jiggering the parking this afternoon is as material as moving forward the other elements of the ordinance.
Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter.
I will not be able to support the amended motion. I think the 0.25 and the 0.5 parking numbers are arbitrary and excessive. And I think the mixed income housing policy revision has become a vehicle for staff to achieve the parking reductions that they're so desperately wanting. And I understand that, but I would really prefer that the parking reductions be decoupled from this, because I think it's they're not well considered at this point. And I think, I went back to see what ZOAC originally recommended, and I followed the changes subsequently. And I just don't see that these numbers have been, thoroughly debated or thoroughly reasoned. I have difficulty with the original motion, mainly because I'm not 100% certain what the original motion says, especially in terms of the existing building. So, I personally would prefer that at least we put this under advisement to give us a chance to see what the original motion is and to see if we actually do agree with it, because at this point I will be voting against both motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from our folks online? Okay. Commissioners, we have a motion
Can I make a comment?
by Commissioner Root. Please, Commissioner Poppin.
Sorry, I think my voice is a little delayed when it speaks in the chamber. I want to say I'm starting to feel similar as Commissioner Carpenter, that it may be helpful to just hold this over and get a little more clarity on what exactly is in the motion. I know there's been a lot of conversation about parking all day. I'm still feeling like I'm on the fence in terms of whether we're ever going to see a parking ordinance. It sounds like from Dr. Udrea that we may not see that come to us within this year. I don't think we can necessarily count on that as a way of bolstering our affordable housing in terms of allowing developers to spend less money on parking and more of the money on providing units. I think that's really an important part of the conversation. I don't know if 0.5 is the right number, but I think lowering it to something under what is being utilized now is a smart decision. We haven't addressed parking since the 60s, and frankly, if we're going to talk about junk science, the TIA numbers that are used to analyze traffic plans is literally junk science based on parking requirements in the 60s and you know, a few studies that were done in suburban areas back then. It has so little to do with the world that we live in right now. I know it's really important for us to address this parking situation, and I'm afraid that this may be our one opportunity to address it in the context where it could really provide some real value for an issue that our city does. This is probably making now. I think my internet's cutting out. But I'm not entirely sure this is the right number for us to move forward with today, especially in light of one of the other comments I think Commissioner Housewright made, that if we can have some standards in conjunction with the parking requirements, I think that would really help make this a robust change in the type of development we're seeing, and hopefully get more affordable units in areas where there are other options to driving. I think, you know, it's a chicken egg how we incentivize people to drive less and provide ones. Both of those are policies that we as a city are working hard to hit from so many different angles, and this is one of those many angles. And you know, whether we reduce the parking requirements first and then also require developers to provide micromobility and charging stations and other options, I feel like those should go hand in hand, but this may be an important first step to getting ourselves there, because we may not have another opportunity to address parking in this year. There's no magic ball that says that that's definitely coming to us anytime soon. So I guess after talking through all that, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Popkin. Any other comments from our folks online before we take a vote? I'm sorry, Commissioner Kingston.
Thank you. I agree with what a lot of Commissioner Popkin just said in terms of the outdated nature of our parking code and its absolute failure to address technology. And I'm disappointed that regardless of all of the comments that many of the people on this commission have stated, that we're now sitting here going, well, are we going to keep 1.25 or are we going to take 0.5? And it seems like that's sort of the only option, where I'm hearing from several people that they might be willing to do something a little less to get the ball rolling on affordable housing. I would. I don't like the idea of doing that. I wouldn't do anything drastic, because I think, to Commissioner Young's point, it's imperative that we consider parking amendments as a holistic decision, and we have to make those decisions in the context of the community, location, access to transit, all the stuff we've already talked about. So I'm not going to, I'd like to see what happens on the vote, but I would be in favor of holding it to see if maybe there's some additional movement on that one piece that might be a bridge until we could do something more comprehensive. Thank you.
Stand by, Commissioner. There might be a movement like that pretty soon. Commissioners, we have a motion and a second.
Can we get a roll call vote, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely. Ms. Pacina, can you please roll us off?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
This is on the amendment to the motion made by Commissioner Rubin with his adjustments that essentially are asking to come back to the 0.5 of staff recommendation across the board. Is that correct? Thank you.
Okay. District 1. You're muted.
I'm going to say nay.
District 2.
Nay.
District 3 vacant. District 4 absent. District 5
Yes.
did.
Yes.
District 6.
No.
District 7 vacant. District 8
Against, no, nay.
That was no.
District 9.
Nay.
District 10.
No.
District 11.
No.
District 12.
No.
District 13.
No.
District 14.
No.
And place 15.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Amendment fails.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like
Commissioner.
to offer an additional amendment to the motion to keep the term non-residential in 4.1107J5 and revise, 4.1106J5 and revise section 4.1107C2 to state, except as provided in this division, a minimum of 3/4 space per dwelling unit is required, or per the requirements of Division 51A, 4.200 or successor ordinance, whichever is fewer spaces, and leave subdivision A as is and follow staff's updated recommendation on subdivision B regarding the transit-oriented development parking requirement. And a very brief comment if I have a second.
Second it. Please comment.
All right, thank you. This is in the spirit of trying to find a workable compromise, going from staff's recommendation of 0.5 up to 3/4 to see if there might be additional willingness in the body to go along with that number, and then providing the additional incentive for transit-oriented at 0.5 as staff has recommended.
Point of clarification.
Please.
Any change to retirement housing item 3, which is listed at 1/4 space?
I was going to do that in a separate motion, but just to,
I just wanted to clarify if that was intended to be included or not. Thank you.
Not in this motion. Again, it's 3/4 space for multifamily and 1/2 space for transit-oriented development or transit proximity.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Commissioner Young.
I will not be supporting the amended motion for two reasons. The first is it continues to mix apples and oranges of parking policy versus mixed income housing policy. It tweaks the recipe, but it is still two sets of ingredients, one of which is not yet ripe for consideration and won't be until we have the comprehensive parking recommendations. Secondly, the reduction proposed is too drastic in light of staff's own data, which shows, even if taken at face value, an average across the state of 1.12 to 1, and 0.75 is too drastic, so I will not be supporting.
Commissioner Housewright.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Question for Commissioner Rubin. This updated motion, does it treat the parking as the same across the three categories?
Yes.
I have one.
Commissioner Standard, please.
Okay, once again, I have to have layman's terms. I can't support the motion either, because what I would like to do, and I guess that's what, in a way, Commissioner Hampton was trying to do, I'd like to separate out the parking, as Commissioner Young is saying, from this. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there a method for me to do that? If I vote against this, can I move to do that? I don't know if that's a possibility. Teresa.
Yes, Commissioner, you could divide the question. That would be a motion to divide the question where you would take the non-residential and then the parking separately.
So if I wanted to say I'd like to see an overall parking, exactly what Commissioner Young and Commissioner Hampton have spoken of, to come out of for ZOAC to deal with sooner than later, but I could separate that and we could approve the rest of this mixed housing, the one Dallas, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Burt Vannever, Assistant City Attorney, if I understand the
sort of, but she keeps
if I understand the question correctly, if the amendment failed, the motion that is on the floor would be Commissioner Hampton's. Commissioner Hampton's motion had a bunch of stuff, and it also had stuff related to the parking. The division of the question would be to keep everything in there, the entire body, except for the parking reduction language. The parking reduction language, you could divide the question that way, and because I believe they are separable, and then you would vote on, I think, the larger part first, which would be the big motion, and then at that point, if I understand the question correctly, a motion could be made to remand the parking part to ZOAC,
a bigger picture, correct.
To move it ahead with different changes to it.
Correct. Okay. So I could do that if the other thing doesn't pass. Okay. It's doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kingston.
Thank you. Along with Mr. Young, I'm not going to support the motion, largely for the reasons he gave. I feel like the 0.75 is too drastic, given the information that we have, the data that is actually in front of us. And while I might be willing to do some sort of compromise to move this ball forward, I'm not willing to go that far. Thank you.
Any comments from our folks online? Commissioner Carpenter.
I also will not be supporting the motion because this whole subject is too important to be addressed, to be resolved through motions and counter motions. We've devoted a lot of time to this, and I understand people, but it's more important that we do it right than that we do it today. And so therefore, I will not be supporting the motion.
Any other comments, commissioners, from our four commissioners online? Okay, we have a motion and a second for the second amendment. We'll pause one moment.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote.
Please, of course. Okay, Commissioners, so we're going to take a roll call vote on the updated amendment by Vice Chair Rubin. Ms. Pacina.
Yes, sir. District 1?
I do wish we could go in the opposite order. I'll vote for this. I think yeah.
District 2?
Nay.
District 3, vacant. District 4, absent. District 5, Chair Shadet.
Yes.
District 6?
No.
District 7, vacant. District 8?
No.
District 9?
No.
District 10?
Yes.
District 11,
Yes.
District 12,
No.
District 13,
No.
District 14,
No.
and please 15. Make a motion.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails.
Motion fails.
Mr. Chair, I have an additional amendment to the motion.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly, keep the term non-residential in 4.1106J5 and revise section 4.11C2 to state one space per dwelling unit is required. Leave subdivision A as is and follow staff's updated recommendation on subdivision B, which is the transit-oriented development at 0.5.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. I got a second. I'll second it. Keep moving. Comments, Commissioners?
Again, that's one space per unit in affordable dwelling unit and affordable housing, and 0.5 space in transit-oriented. Not going to belabor it beyond that.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Kingston, I thought I saw you.
Well, I was just going to ask what the motion was because he
Please.
talked so fast I couldn't get it all. Sorry.
We need a little time to think about it, I know.
I apologize. I don't want to keep anyone here longer than we need to. It's one space per unit generally for the mixed income, and then if it's transit proximity, then it's 0.5.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Comments, Commissioner Kingston?
Yeah, you know, I might be willing to go along with that, but not today. I think to Commissioner Carpenter's point, this is too important. Motions are flying. It's late. And I would rather get it right than get it done today. And I know that nobody really wants to do more briefing or more discussion on this. And I would hope that if this gets moved, we can expedite the discussion and the voting on a different day. So for that reason, I can't support it, but I'm not opposed to it in concept.
Thank you. I guess I'll just take just a quick note. Obviously, I'll be supporting the motion. I'm okay with it. I think we've briefed this at least a dozen times. We're 6-7 hours on it, 8 hours on it. I don't know where we're going to go once we bring this back. I don't know what are the buttons and the levers that we're going to stretch and push. I mean, I think this has been analyzed and reanalyzed, and I have a 20-pound book at home about parking, and so I'm not sure we could go here, but I am flexible. The wisdom of the majority is going to win today, and so we'll see. Commissioner Carpenter.
I will not be supporting the motion. As I said before, I just don't think this is the way to proceed with, constantly changing motions a little bit. I'm beginning to feel like I'm at an auction and we're just waiting for a price at which I will, purchase it. But I really would prefer that we have a more recent discussion about what this body thinks the correct parking figures are, or to decouple the mixed income housing policy from parking altogether. But I will not be supporting at this point any motion that is made going forward today that tweaks any of these numbers.
Commissioner Blair.
I have a question.
Please.
If we decouple parking altogether from mixed income housing, what does that do to what ZOAC has defined and brought to this particular body to vote on? Does it, and I guess the question is for staff or Ms. Thompson, does decoupling parking essentially take this back to square one for us to start all over again?
Ms. Thompson or Ms. Udrea?
The parking reduction, will you mute City Hall, please? So the parking reduction, will you, I don't know who's still got a microphone on in City Hall, if y'all will all mute, please.
It's not us, Pam.
Oh, it shows that it's on still for City Hall. Okay, maybe it's okay. Parking, to contrast with what some folks have contended here, parking costs money to provide, and excess parking hampers the provision of affordable housing because there's only so much money for a development, and what gets spent on parking can't get spent on housing. If we decouple parking altogether here, then, and we move forward without the parking reduction in the type 1, and we move forward without the parking reduction in the type 3, then the math that the consultants have done to determine that X amount of additional development rights and a parking reduction together are able to offset X amount of affordable housing, that math starts to crumble a little bit. So I'm not sure how sensitive their numbers are to parking, except that parking is very expensive. And so I would be concerned about decoupling it today. If the commission is very interested in decoupling it, then I would recommend keeping it in the type 3 so that that math can stay and we can move forward with the menu of options. Understanding that we then would incentivize a rush to PDs.
I think Commissioner Blair was also asking about process. And process-wise, I think what we have in front of us can be moved forward with whatever CPC wants to move forward to council. So I don't think it automatically sends it anywhere back to ZOAC unless the commission wants that. So that's for a process. And then to the question about decoupling, yes, staff made an excellent comment to say that when we created the mixed income housing bonus by right, we already included a parking into that. So multifamily is 1 per bedroom, but the mixed income housing bonus by right is $125 per unit. So I think we are past arguing the rationale between why is parking including as an affordable housing bonus. That conversation already happened a few years ago when we approved the mixed income housing bonus unit. Now we're trying to get a lesson learned and say, okay, we proposed a ratio then, and now we're looking at this utilization study and the data is sound. Are we learning a lesson? And we're just saying yes or no, and that's it. Like you can, again, as I said, you can move for whatever number you want, or with 0 numbers. It's up to this commission how the process wants to move forward.
So if what I hear, and I'm with Commissioner Stannard right now. I'm tired, and I need it simple, not legalized or double talked. So if we decouple it, we essentially, well, what you're saying to me is that there has been enough discussion previously done that says that that the parking factor in mixed income housing bonuses needs to stay in place. So that answers that question, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then we are at the position. If it's not feasible to decouple it, what is the magic number that makes the majority of the population sitting at this horseshoe happy? So, and now one question. I told you I have to make it very simple. So based on the verbiage that Select Chair Hampton read out, that the amendment would alter that, but would you be considering where we have where she has the wordsmithing, if you will, the ors, the ands, the minimum in your amendment?
I believe when I read my amendment into the record, I used the term minimum. I'm fine with inserting the term minimum into my amendment, and we'll tack that on as a friendly amendment to the extent that wasn't in there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner
I just
Stanton,
want to be,
please.
Andrea, okay. I just want to be real clear and succinct on this. Really what you're saying is you see, as opposed to Commissioner Young, that was his opinion, your opinion is that in order to even formulate these mixed housing bonuses, it was part and parcel with some sort of parking reduction. That you wouldn't consider just one without having considered the total. Is that correct?
So the way the mixed income housing bonus is in the ordinance right now as we speak without these code amendments, we already have these bonuses for the by right, right? It already includes a reduction in parking. That 125 is a reduction from what's allowed if you don't provide it.
Mm-hmm.
So that rationale was already made and argued, and council already voted. There is a connection between affordable and parking.
I got you.
So I think we are now trying to go back and say, oh, there is no rationale, so we made a mistake a few years ago when we included that as an incentive.
Okay, so then the follow-up to that is saying, okay, we could hold it over for a month and then we end up in the same debate and when we're really looking for a number. And Commissioner Rubin has proposed a number at this point, moved it up to 1 in his re-amendment thing. Okay, I just wanted to state that.
Yes, and also Commissioner Rubin, in his motion, he did something that staff actually didn't. He took into account location. So he included a reduction for proximity to transit. And I think that's not something that this commission, I mean, it is not something to be ignored, I would say.
Yes, I would agree that that separates the geographics and makes it where you have a focus on transit as well as those are in more suburban and less transit areas, which I certainly appreciate, Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you so much. Any comments from our folks online? I think we heard from Commissioner Carpenter. Anyone else before we take a vote? Commissioner Carpenter, let's go to Commissioner Popkin, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Another point of clarification, does this amendment leave on the table the rest of Commissioner Hampton's proposed motion?
So it does two things. For the non-residential uses, those are addressed in 4.1106 by the chart in type 3 developments for non-residential, for specific non-residential uses. Some are carved out. Then my amendment, or that's the first thing my amendment does. The second thing my amendment does is for multifamily, it sets the minimum parking requirement at 1 unit, minimum requirement at 1 space per dwelling unit, and then 0.5 spaces when there's transit proximity.
And so those are the only two differences between what Commissioner Hampton put forward and what you're putting forward?
So my amendment amends her initial motion, and it just makes those two changes to her motion if it passes.
Thank you for that clarity.
The basis for Commissioner Rubin's motion is Commissioner Hampton's motion. He's just tweaking those two items. Commissioner Carpenter.
What is Commissioner Rubin's motion pertaining to retirement housing?
It does not impact that. I am planning to make an additional motion relating to retirement, just so there's not too many moving pieces on the table in my amendment.
Well, does Commissioner, I guess my question is for Commissioner Hampton then. What is in your motion addressing retirement housing?
I utilize ZOAC recommendation for the base, which is the current MIHDB. So retirement housing is 1 space per dwelling unit.
Okay. Commissioner Rubin, I'm not following the rationale. Are you planning amendments to your amended motion?
I was planning to address multifamily and retirement separately through amendments, just so there aren't too many moving pieces in a single amendment.
And could you clarify for me again what your motion is, amending Commissioner Wilson's motion for the non-residential portion of a mixed-use project and the out uses?
For non-residential type 3, it goes to that chart, the staff's version of the chart for non-residential type 3. And then for all types of multifamily, it's 1 space per dwelling unit, except for transit proximity, where then it's 0.5.
I have a question for staff. Staff, what was your reason for removing the non-residential wording from that section of the ordinance?
I believe it causes it to apply to types 1, 2, and 3 then, as opposed to just type 1.
Let me get that.
Correct. Sorry, Ms. Thompson.
I'm sorry, hang on a second. Or Stephen, if you've got this and you want to jump in.
I think if we were looking at, as my understanding is, we're looking at the parking reduction table by the type 3 development. 11-0.
The top of page 22 in the ordinance, correct?
Page 22 in the case.
Okay, so
we staff
right, so go ahead.
Updated recommendation is that this table of reductions for type 3 developments only applies to
You are
we can't hear you.
up, so I'm gonna let you charge your AirPods and I'm gonna take. So the top of page 22 in your ordinance is where this language is. And the staff's updated recommendation is that the reduction of 20% to 100% of parking applies to the total number of parking spaces required for all non-residential uses except bars, commercial amusement, and restaurants. And we have non-residential in there because then that refers the multifamily up to the 0.5 that we recommend for multifamily, or the 0.5 that we had recommended for transit, or the 0.25 for retirement housing. So the two go together, the 1 and the 0.5, and then holding on to the retirement, that goes together with this residential or for all uses or all non-residential uses in this language. Does that make sense?
At this point in the day, very little is making sense, but thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Kingston, please.
Thank you. Well, I do think the parking code needs to be amended. I don't think here's the time to do it, and I really don't think at almost 6 o'clock at night, when more than one commissioner doesn't know what we're voting on, and Commissioner Rubin doesn't think he can put all of it in one motion. It just seems like a lot, and I personally would like the opportunity to think about the ramifications of some of the things we've been talking about today, reread the ordinance, and make a more informed decision than I think we're being I feel like I'm being pressured to make a decision and to do it today because people are tired of talking about this. Well, I'm tired of talking about it too, but I knew what this job was when I took it. So I would rather get it right than get it done today. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Rubin, please.
Again, I'm just trying to split this up into separate motions so we don't put too many topics on the table in one omnibus amendment. And I'd be hopeful that we can get through this rather expeditiously. We've been here until 9, 10 o'clock at night recently on CPC days. So I know it's 5:45, maybe a break after this amendment to kind of let everyone get their coffee or a glass of water or something like that. But I really think that we can hopefully work through these amendments today. They're making very minor tweaks to the ordinance. And, you know, I'm hopeful that we can knock this out this afternoon.
Commissioner Carpenter.
I will not be supporting the motion. I just think, following on what Commissioner Kingston said, I would really prefer to delay this. And if we're considering two motions, I'd like to see an explanation, I'd like to see in writing what these motions are so I can compare them, contrast them. It's too important a decision to make. This is a policy that's going to have a lot of, ramifications for people living in these developments and for people living near them. And there's no way I can support a motion, vote for a motion when I don't completely, understand what the ramifications are.
Yeah.
It's not helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Hampton.
Oh, I'm going to have to agree at this point. I think we're on our third amendment. We've got a motion that I don't have a great deal of confidence that, as much as I tried to be clear in it, is fully understood by those. And I'm not sure, this is an important issue, but I think it's equally important that we all understand what we are considering and acting on. And at this point, I would support a recommendation to hold it under advisement and ask staff to bring this back with the motion in the amendment so that this body has one document that we can all evaluate and make an informed decision on. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
I'm going to add something to that.
Commissioner Standard.
I'd like to see the staff, for me, I want to see Commissioner Hampton's in blue. I want to see Commissioner Rubin's in red so that I can really see which one would do what, and I'm not sitting there trying to go through a million boxes and figure out what the latest thing is. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to summarize, this is keeping everything as is, essentially. It's 1.25 now that we've been working with since 2019, bringing it down to 1. All right, so this is the math we're trying to calculate, and all these things that we're trying to project are going to happen, and it's again 1.25 to 1. Any other comments, commissioners?
Yes, Mr.
folks.
Chair.
Commissioner Young, please.
I will not be supporting the motion for the reasons stated by many other commissioners. I have to say I'm angry with Commissioner Carpenter for stealing my word auction. That's what we're doing here right now.
Just one follow-up comment. I think it's important to find consensus in the body, and if I picked up the phone and called every member of this commission this week, I would have violated the Texas Open Meetings Act. If there is another way that I can communicate with every member of the body and find out where the consensus is, I welcome that suggestion. But absent that, these amendments are being made in good faith in an attempt to find consensus on a potential parking reduction in connection with mixed income housing. That's all I'm trying to do here. And I apologize that it's taking some time, but this is an incredibly important policy goal that I am trying to accomplish here in connection with the mixed income housing. And to the extent that it requires a little bit of work, I apologize for that, but I think it's critical that we figure out what the will of the body is here.
Yes.
Commissioner Stannard.
Mr. Chair, if I could have the floor, I move to hold this matter under advisement until we've got a big day under March 24.
Point of order, that,
He just said I could, even though it hasn't been voted on. Okay. Yeah. I hate to do it March 24th because it's such a busy day, but I move to hold it under advisement for whatever day we'd like, March 24th.
Yes, it supersedes.
It
Mr.
supersedes a
and
vote,
Mrs.
is what I
Parliamentarian, I believe we
understand.
can do that at this moment. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. Then we have a motion by Commissioner Stannard to hold this matter under advisement to March 24th or April 7th.
I'd love it April 7th, but if you want to do it March 24th, we can. March 24th
It's up
is
to you.
the shaking head. March 24th,
March
but we got a big
24th it is.
docket.
Can I have a
Okay.
second? Second by Commissioner Kingston to hold the matter under advisement to March 24th. Ms. Pacino, please.
can I make a comment?
Please, my apologies. My apologies. Please, Commissioner Rubin.
We are so close on my final motion. I clearly the body seems like it's willing to hold it under advisement, or the desire seems to be to hold it under advisement at this point. But I think just to figure out what the will of the body is, if we could get a vote on my amendment that was on the table before there was a request to hold this under advisement, I think that would be valuable to see what the body's thinking right now.
So Commissioner Rubin, you stole what my point of clarification, which was going to be if Commissioner Stannard would accept an amendment to her motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance based on the original motion and the third amendment as proposed by Commissioner Rubin for this body on March the 24th.
I think that's not what Commissioner Rubin is stating. I think what you'd like to see is a vote now, and then we go to the hold.
I'm saying, Commissioner Stannard, I'm asking if you'd be willing to withdraw your motion very quickly so we can take a vote on the amendment and then re-offer your motion to hold this under advisement, just so we can get a vote on that final amendment.
Can I make a comment to that? Well, the problem is, if that was the only vote I was going to have, I'd vote for it. But knowing that I want to hold this over, I'm going to vote against it. So what have you shown?
You could, there is not, by passing my motion, Commissioner Stannard, you are not voting to approve the entire ordinance today. You'd simply be voting on my amendment to change parking minimums, at which point someone could make a motion to hold it under advisement, and then we would have an opportunity to vote on the entire motion, the entire MIH ordinance, at whatever the following meeting is.
That's correct. We're just simply voting on the amendment by Vice Chair Rubin, and then we would go back to the original motion made by Commissioner Hampton, and then at that point, any motion could be made. Is that correct?
No.
Ms. Pham?
No. No.
Who say?
No.
Okay, I'm too tired to vote on anything
Mr.
but
Chair, can
holding
you
it over.
please-
But let's do one with his thing.
Stand by one moment. Ms. Pham, please.
Mr. Chair, can you please restate what you just said?
Okay, the process as we understand it, at this moment, now we have a motion on the table to hold the matter under advisement. If she withdraws her motion to hold the matter, and we vote on Commissioner Rubin's amendment, after that, would we not then vote on Commissioner Hampton's motion that encompasses the entire?
That is correct.
Okay, did you say that's correct?
Right, so if Commissioner Stannard withdraws this motion, then the motion on the table is Vice Chair Rubin's motion of just the amendment to keep non-residential and to change C2 to one space, a minimum of one space. And if that passes or fails, then it goes back to Commissioner Hampton's original motion.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it could be
And then at
held
that point, a
after-
motion could be made to hold it or to pass it.
Correct.
I don't want to withhold, the whole point is, we all want to, the majority of people seem to want to see these things in writing, to compare them, and have more time to reflect and consider them. I would like to keep my motion on the table that we hold it under advisement until March 24th. Respectfully.
Chair.
Please, I'm hearing somebody. Ms. Thompson, please.
Will you clarify to hold it under advisement to March 24th and direct staff to prepare an ordinance that, so that we can bring back clarifying language, please?
Well, I think it's what Commissioner Hampton says, but I'll repeat it. I think what we're doing is we're holding it under advisement, but we want staff to elucidate by highlighting what Commissioner Hampton's motion would reflect in the final document. And we also would like for you to elucidate what Commissioner Rubin's, and do it like in different colors so we can physically see it, compare it to what you suggested. You've already got that between ZOAC and you, but to have those, and then when we come back, hopefully we can pick up where we are now, but we've had time to study and reflect and know what all these motions, how they would actually, we see them in writing. I think a lot of us need to, it's too serious not to see it in writing. So does that make it clear?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. You've been so patient.
Commissioner Hampton, you seconded the motion to hold it. That's correct? No? Okay, my apologies, Commissioner Kingston. Okay, commissioners, any other comments on the motion to hold the matter under advisement? Commissioner Hampton.
It's late and I don't want to belabor this, and I understand what Commissioner Rubin was seeking to achieve. In some ways, I do see a merit in having a final draft of an ordinance that would be coming forward, because I think there's a lot of agreement, and I think we're going to end up with a lot more boxes in what's coming back. But if that is the will of this body and that is the best way to move this forward, I will support the motion as stated by Commissioner Stannard.
Commissioner Rubin.
It seems clear, even though that we haven't voted, that the will of the body is not to take a final vote on the ordinance this week, which I get. But I think there is important work that we can do tonight in considering amendments on the parking and on the existing building piece to figure out what the will of the body is, and then to give us additional time to 3 weeks to reflect on those issues once we've considered some amendments addressing them, to figure out and think very, very carefully about what this final ordinance that we're going to send to council tonight, to council looks like. I think if we continue to work on this evening at the hearing into the early evening, like this body frequently does, we are going to go into this 3 weeks between our next meeting with a much better understanding of what the ordinance is going to be that we'll be voting on the 24th, and have a, be able to direct our study over those 3 weeks much better than kind of pulling up now because we're frustrated that we're having to work through all these amendments today. So we're going to have to work through some amendments, whether it's today or on the 24th, it sounds like. So I would just strongly urge the body, let's do the work this evening so we can see what these amendments are going to look like, then come back on the 24th after thorough reflection, thorough study, and then have an opportunity to make some final tweaks or changes based on that period of reflection between now and the 24th. So I certainly appreciate the intent of Commissioner Stannard's motion in this giving us an opportunity to consider all of these issues very carefully. I think that consideration would be much more fruitful if we work through additional amendments at this meeting.
Commissioner Kingston.
Thank you. I'm hearing more than a couple of my fellow commissioners say they'd like more time to do the good job that we've been asked to do and to give thoughtful consideration to these amendments. I personally feel like we've made a fair amount of progress on this ordinance and that we're close, but I personally think it's disrespectful to keep pushing it when there are several of us who have said we'd like to be able to do the job that we have been asked to do. We'd like a fair opportunity to understand what's happening. There are a number of new commissioners that are not used to going from motion to motion to motion at the pace that we've been going, and it just feels a little disrespectful to those of us who would like to have a fair opportunity to really understand all of this, to feel like we're just being pushed. Thanks.
Commissioner Rubin.
I do not mean any disrespect by this motion. I respect the heck out of every member of this body. I've sat on this body for 2 years now. I know there have been members who've sat on it for much longer than me. And I understand that everyone is tired, and I just make the suggestion that the work now will pay much bigger dividends. But to the extent that people disagree, please vote that way. I don't mean any disrespect by it. It's just a suggestion of how to do our work.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stannard.
Ms. Stannard again, Commissioner Stannard again. Okay. Here's where I am on this. If you would ask me right now what I would want, I might say, okay, I want 1 per unit, I want 0.75 for transit, and I want 0.50 for seniors. Okay. But I could talk to Commissioner Young and think, well, maybe this should be referred back somewhere. You know, maybe it should be separated. I don't know enough about processes because I am new to know which one do we go with. How do we have that conversation that there are options here, that we don't just throw one number out, that we have a bigger discussion about this? You know, are we dealing with the parking by just having these 3 incremental numbers? Has that dealt with it when that's going to be across the board and it's going to go into effect? So I would like to hear when we do come back, the reason I'm making this statement is there a way we can have more of, I don't mean a debate, but sort of where people can put in so you can understand what the thinking is behind things? Because obviously the last thing I want to happen is it goes back to ZOAC and sits there for 8 months. I don't want to see that happen. You know, on the other hand, I don't want to be put into a 5-minute, and I don't mean you're pressuring it, it's just feels pressured because I have nothing tangible to look at that's going to be basically an ordinance that's going to last for a long, long time, you know, and that we're responsible for making that decision. So I'm with you. I don't know where we go, but there seems to be a need for a pause. I don't know.
I understand that. And in fact, if I could just quickly respond, I think that the process that you're in search of is the one we're in the middle of right now. This is, you know, occasionally it's a little messy, it's a little tiring. I think it's respectful. We all, you know, we all want to see the best thing happen, the right thing happen, but it can get a little messy, and I think that's where we are now. Any other comments, folks, commissioners, from our commissioners online? Commissioner Hawk, your light is on, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, hi, this is Commissioner Hawk here. Just want to acknowledge everybody just for the thoughtfulness that we're engaging this conversation. And Commissioner Rubin, I do kind of echo the words of Commissioner Young and Commissioner Carpenter that it did feel like a little bit like an auction, but the other side of that is it was negotiation. So you were searching for a number that we could get comfortable with. And when you hit 1, I was kind of like, you know, I could get with 1. That felt right. And my challenge now is that Commissioner Hampton has gone to a different place in her perspective. So it makes me want to lean towards the person who originally presented the motion to say, okay, if she's saying that she needs a pause, then I want to notice that, recognize it and honor it and just say, okay, let's go back. And what does go back look like? For me, it means that people are getting whatever questions, they're coming fully prepared, and maybe even sending questions in advance that are thoroughly answered, and people are very clear on what it is that we're looking at. So if it's a document that we're requesting, let's be very, very clear to the staff so that they can be prepared and we can be prepared. And this process doesn't have to be as long as it is, because we'll have all of our questions answered and we can feel good about the process, and we can feel good about the data that's been presented, which I again want to acknowledge the staff. Ms. Thompson, your preparedness, I'm like, you're a rock star. So thank you so much for coming the way that you've come. And I appreciate the way that you've been addressing questions, and the rest of the team. Thank you. And again, to the commissioners, I think that we're in this conversation for the right reasons, because we want to do the right thing. But I think we do need to just take a quick step back and just say, okay, today is not the day. And Commissioner Rubin, I know that's going to be unsatisfactory to you and to others on this commission, but I would be in favor of yes to one. And I want to honor Commissioner Hampton's removal from her change of perspective.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Huck. Any other questions, Commissioners, before we take a vote? Comments, Commissioner Popkin?
I just want to echo the comments and thank Commissioner Standards for putting this motion forward. I appreciate the opportunity to just talk with staff a little more, get all my questions answered, make sure that we all understand exactly what we're passing. I was a little overwhelmed with all the changes that Commissioner Hampton put forward. I think I'm on board with them all now. I think we're all on board with everything except for a couple few. So hopefully these next 3 weeks will help us all get to the same point, and this will be a quick conversation next time.
Commissioner Blair.
Commissioner Blair.
I'm going to add a different slant. One feels good. One feels very good. I don't want to wait 3 weeks. When you came in, as many days as I've been here, the first day I came, I had to come ready and prepared, and I had to run. With our process that we use, we won't see the document until maybe the week before we are supposed to come back. So we have 2 weeks to sit on what I remember and what I think it was. So what is the value of waiting until March 24th? If, like Commissioner Hawk said, one feels good. But I would even venture to say, let's take a 15-minute break, go get you some coffee, go to a different floor, go run around the horseshoe a couple of times. I can't support holding it until March 24th. It's too long. We've talked ad nauseum, and I'm tired of talking about this. And I just want to throw up, I think, by talking about this another day. If one feels good, and I would even venture to say for Commissioner Rubin, if the senior housing is already at one, amend your amendment. So it says 1 for residential, 1 for senior housing, and 0.5 for transit. Get it done and be done. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a vote, Commissioners. We have a motion by Commissioner Standard, second by Commissioner Kingston, to keep the public hearing open, hold the matter under advisement till March 24th. Can we have a call, please? Ms. Pacino.
Yes, sir. District 1?
Yay.
District 2?
No.
Could not hear that.
No.
District 3, vacant. District 4, absent. District 5, Chair Shadid.
No.
District 6,
Yes.
District 7, vacant. District 8,
No.
District 9,
Yes.
District 10,
No.
District 11,
No.
District 12,
Yes.
District 13,
Yes.
District 14,
Yes.
and place 15. Vice Chair Rubin.
No.
It's even.
Motion fails. We go back to the motion, the amendment by Commissioner Rubin. Can you please restate your motion before we vote, your amendment, please, before we vote?
Yes, let me pull it up. I'm happy to have someone call the questions if that's what we need to do to speed this up. My amendment was to keep the word non-residential in 4.1106J5 per staff's updated recommendation, and in section 4.11C2 state, except as provided in this division, a minimum of 1 space per dwelling unit is required, or per the requirements of Division 51A 4200 or successor ordinance, whichever is fewer spaces, and then leave subdivision A as is and follow staff's updated recommendation on the transit-oriented development. And I can very quickly recap.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for your motion. Commissioner Standard for your second.
Again, it's 1 space for multifamily, and then half a space for transit proximity.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Any discussion? Commissioner Carpenter.
I have a discussion.
I would like to know what the series of amendments, I'd like to know what they all are at once. I want to know what's going on with retirement housing, and I want to know what's going on with existing buildings, because I don't understand what was in the original motion that Commissioner Hampton made regarding existing buildings, and I don't know what Commissioner Rubin's intentions are, and I don't know if there are any intentions for any subsequent revisions.
And this amendment does not address the existing building provision. It just addresses the parking.
And retirement housing?
This amendment does not address that. If someone wants to make an amendment to the amendment, that's fine, but I wasn't planning on it.
So your amendment is, your motion is going to leave retirement housing at 0.25. That's the intention.
The current amendment does not touch the retirement housing provision, which is under Commissioner Hampton's motion 1 right now. So this amendment does not change the retirement housing parking minimum.
From Commissioner Hampton.
Correct. And from the existing ordinance.
All right.
That has just not changed globally. Any other comments? Ms. Pacina. Commissioner Standard, my apologies, please.
Okay, yes, I do have. Could you define transit for me? What the parameters of that are precisely?
Can staff read what's in the report? I can't get to it that quickly.
I can't get to it either, and I want to
It's
recall.
page 14.
I can read it. Thank you for the page. Will you mute City Hall to get rid of the echo though, please?
Oh, that's me.
Okay, so transit proximity means development within 1/2 mile measured radially of a transit station, including trolley stops, train stations, transfer centers, transfer locations, transit centers, and any transit stop with a climate-controlled waiting area. Transit agencies served include Dallas Area Rapid Transit, Trinity Railway Express, and trolley service. Now let me make this easier to understand. This means that bus stops that can move at any time don't count, but anything that is permanent, it's essentially air conditioned, it's an actual station, it's a trolley stop next to a fixed line, it's not likely to move. Anything like that counts as the transit, and then the proximity is how close it is measured as a circle. And that's for simplicity's sake. So we're not, arguing about sidewalk quality or whatever. It's just, you can put a circle on the map and you can say you're in or you're out. So transit proximity is half a mile from a station, essentially.
Okay, so it's not from a bus stop. I just want to make sure.
Correct. It's not from a bus stop. And that was because parking reductions are reasonably permanent and bus routes can change. We talked about this a lot at ZOAC and at CPC when we did this originally, and we're very comfortable landing on these much more permanent spots with some language that expands it so that if we have a new agency or something, that gets included.
No, I am too. I appreciate that you did that and considered that, because I wouldn't be able to vote for this if it was about a bus stop. But with the transit stations, then reducing it for the 0.50 seems more reasonable. Thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners? We have an amendment on the table by Commissioner Rubin, seconded by myself. Ms. Pacina, you have a question?
Yes, sir, I do. For clarification, was what the amending motion that Commissioner Rubin just put into the record, was that the initial amending motion, the third one? Is it the same one?
That's correct.
Okay, so that motion was seconded at that time when it was initially made by Chair Shadid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I believe when we were, I heard standard at one point, so I'm sorry. I just wanted to get clarification.
Oh, you're perfectly fine. You should see my scratch sheet here. Ms. Pacina, we're ready to vote, please.
Yes, sir. District 1.
Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
I'll serve out. I just wanted clarity on the motion on the floor, that it also includes a reference
Commissioner Popkin, we have lost you. We'll stand by a couple of minutes here.
Sorry, my internet's getting tired. Did you catch that question?
We did not. Please repeat.
Yes. Does this motion include the phrase that references Chapter 51A that could be updated in the future with ZOAC's parking amendment?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to vote, Ms. Pacina.
District 1?
Yay.
District 2?
No.
District 3? Vacant. District 4? Absent. District 5, Chair Shadid.
Yes.
District 6?
I'm sorry, I have forgotten what is the motion on the floor?
The Rubin Third Amendment.
Okay, it's no.
District 7, vacant. District 8?
Yes.
District 9?
No.
District 10?
Yes.
District 11? He's absent now. He's left the meeting. District 12?
Yes.
District 13?
Yes.
District 14?
No.
And place 15?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Pacina. Now we go back to the original motion by Commissioner Hampton.
I have an additional amendment to offer if we don't want to take a quick, unless the body wants to take a quick 10-minute break.
Let's take a quick break. I think staff is going to type some things up and put them on the screen for us. It is 6:22. Let's take a 15-minute break. They have something. Thank you, Commissioners. It is 6:41 p.m. and we are back on the record. I see that we are recording. Thank you, Ms. Gerard. Mr. Doss and Ms. Thompson, I think you guys are going to type something up for us and get it on the screen. I don't know if you have you took the speed typing course.
We did. We took the speed typing course. So as we've done along, we're going to split this work here. So Stephen's going to share his screen with a Word version of the ordinance, and we're going to, with your permission, we'll walk you through what we've written. And
Please.
If we have made a mistake, we would like for you to speak up and say, oh, that's not it. And we'll fix it on the fly as we go through here. Because we think we captured it, but we want to make sure that we're right.
As soon as I have sharing privileges, I will share my screen and the Word document.
And then Commissioner Hampton's changes are highlighted in blue, and Commissioner Rubin's changes are highlighted in green. And the yellow highlighting that we had before is still just yellow highlighting.
Okay, so I think we'll let the chair direct us on. Do we want to start with just the amendment to Commissioner Hampton's motion?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please, Commissioner Hampton.
I'm not quite sure what's driving the split screen, but for many of us, it makes this text very, very small. I don't know if there's a way to make it larger.
Is that better? Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. I think we can start off with Commissioner Hampton's motion and then just have her double check, make sure that everything is correct. Commissioner Hampton, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'd be delighted to. So.
Pardon me, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioners, as we're scrolling through this, if you have a question, let's go ahead and take it as we go page by page. Thank you, Commissioner Hampton.
And did we change the
Mr.
word
Chair,
and
yeah.
to or? That was the comment out of today's discussion.
Pardon me, I didn't catch that. My apologies.
No, and sorry, staff just did it live. So in today's discussion, there was a comment that the yard lot and space needed to change from yard lot and space and parking reductions to or, and that change has just been made.
Thank you.
For parking reductions. Okay.
No, or.
So to clarify, the conversation earlier was some concern that in order to qualify under this, you would have to alter the yard and the lot and the space and the parking regulations, and that was not our intent. So Commissioner Hampton captured a correction that we agree with to say that do not alter the yard or the lot or the space or the parking regulations. So you could alter any one of those and you would be able to participate.
So this item should be struck in the motion.
We're drawing your handy red
Thank you.
lines as we speak here. That was the piece we hadn't quite gotten to.
No, understood, just so that there's clarity.
Any questions on that piece, Commissioners? Okay.
Will you scroll back up, actually, just to clarify that Commissioner Hampton's motion is to remove the existing building or legacy building or whatever else it is, provisions, and just let us go chew on that and come back later with something when we come back with other things.
And so, Ms. Thompson, again, this item, I think, is reflected per the motion, and it's a staff clarification on language.
Yes, this is a staff clarification on language for the application process to make sure that developers understand that they need to give us their total residential uses and their total floor area overall.
Thank you. And that's the same on the next item as well, correct?
Exactly. This is just math gets us sometimes. And the idea was that you need to round up for the total, not for each individual unit type.
And then same thing on this item, correct?
Yes, this clarifies this language. We had worked on this language, but it didn't quite meet what we had intended. And so this is just, as you said, an implementation clarification that the dispersal requirements, in other words, all the reserved units, they just need to be dispersed amongst the phases with the reserved units.
And for my fellow commissioners who may be tracking this in the docket, this is page 17 of the docket.
And then we're taking questions on these as we go through, right? In case anyone's got questions.
Correct.
So then this is one of the discussion points on the type 3 on the minimum percentage of floor area devoted to residential. As much as there's any questions from the commissioners on this. So the staff's original recommendation was 70. Based on our discussion, there were, in some of the research and the information that Ms. Thompson brought to our briefing today, that 80 to 90 seemed more consistent with what we have seen on recent projects and allowing some flexibility. And so the 80% was included in the motion.
And then just a little attorney note, that word subsection, the attorneys are going to tell us whether that's supposed to be paragraph or subparagraph or table or whatever it's supposed to be, because it just refers down to the table that's below.
Thank you. Any questions on that item, commissioners? Okay.
And then where Stephen is going right now is the big chart of bonuses in ZOAC. CPC had given some updated thoughts about this. We went back to the consultant, and so Commissioner Hampton's motion is in general to accept the language that's in this this table, the 3, 5, and 10%, the slightly updated bonuses, and then we can get to the parking section. So then this is the parking reduction that we just had 1,000 votes on, and the language about residential and non-residential. So what Ruben's amendment was applied to the staff recommended language, and so it's this reduction applies to the total number of spaces required for all. Wait, that's wrong, isn't it?
You should say all non-residential uses except.
Okay, so for all non-residential uses, and then the previous Hampton motion was to strike non-residential, correct?
Correct. So that failed. We now have the amended motion on this component, and then we'll get to the second one in a moment. And again, Ms. Thompson, if you could just clarify for the commissioners, this means that the multifamily parking will be aligned with type 1 and type 2 as it is captured in 1107, our design standards, but all other components of the project, if they have other uses, will then default to this table. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
And,
Sorry,
and
thank
that,
you. Thank you, The clarification was that in the case of non-residential uses that may be provided in the project. And then there's the, I think it's 5 uses that are excluded.
That is correct.
Exactly.
And the percent reduction is taken from whatever the base requirement minimum is in that PD. Whatever the PD sets as the minimum, the reduction is off of that for non-residential uses except the 5 that are listed here.
But the starting place is 1107's parking requirement, and then it's negotiated from there.
I have a question.
Please, Commissioner Carpenter.
So this chart will apply to existing PDs that?
No.
No, not at all.
This chart applies only to new PDs that specifically reference this chart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Hampton.
That was, I think, all we had on that item, unless there are other questions
Yeah,
from
we can roll on.
commissioners.
Oh, he's got to grab the line and move it down. Okay, so this, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go, Ms. Thompson.
So this was the back and forth we had a little bit on, what if a type 3 kind of goes off the rails in terms of design standards? Do we have any backfilling we want to do? And we essentially abandoned that. So we're taking out the ZOAC motion and agree with Commissioner Hampton's motion to remove that language at all, which is the same as the staff recommendation. And then this is the existing building language. So just to clarify, we took out the definition of existing building, and we're also, Commissioner Hampton's motion is also to take out any reference to existing building and to essentially have us put that on our list of other things to think about related to this. So, sorry.
I was just going to say,
right.
Ms. Thompson, for clarity for all of the commissioners, after all our discussion about legacy buildings, existing buildings, how it might develop, all of that is being removed from this proposed draft and being sent back for staff to evaluate. In case there's other questions there.
Thank you for saying that better. But to clarify, we're moving forward with this as it is if CPC recommends approval of moving forward. We'll just add this to our stack of things to consider along with commercial and whatever else the list has grown to.
I have a question. Although this is being removed, was there a definition that was left defining these buildings as something built before 1999, or was there an existing? Are you keeping that, or is that going back to reevaluation?
We struck that language. Commissioner Hampton's motion is to strike that language. So ZOAC didn't have that language. We added it, and then Commissioner Hampton's motion is to strike it again.
Okay, thank you.
So when it goes back to them, are they going to consider no word other than legacy?
Right, and any standards that need to be related to it.
And they'll call it, maybe define it and call it something.
Right.
So then this is the updated parking language. So Ruben's amendment to Hampton's motion passed, and Ruben's amendment was to amend the staff. I don't know whose microphone is on, but you'll stop, please.
24.
Ms. Thompson, if I may pause for 1 second. The commissioners are trying to track this in the case report. This is page 25.
So, thank you. So, Hampton's motion was amended successfully by Ruben's amendment. Ruben amended the staff recommendation. So we were careful to have that language, we hope anyway, accurate here. And his motion amended Commissioner Hampton's motion to say a minimum of 1 space per dwelling unit, and then a minimum of 1/2 space per dwelling unit for transit. And for clarity, Commissioner Rubin's amendment did not touch the retirement language. So if you scroll down a little bit more, Stephen, you can see that the retirement housing is back to the ZOAC approval language. That's where Commissioner Hampton's motion stands at this point.
Okay.
So 1 for multifamily, 1/2 for transit, and 1 for retirement right now.
Sorry, Pam. Bert Vandenberg, Assistant City Attorney. And that is the language I told you guys was going to be written a little differently, even though I know everyone's married to the word minimum. It'll probably be lesser of, just because.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
And then this was new language. So ZOAC was silent on sidewalks being continuous and level across driveways. And after some discussion with staff, this was brought forward, and CPC seemed reasonably okay with this. And so it's in Commissioner Hampton's motion. And the idea is that the sidewalks need to be continuous and level across driveways and curb cuts. And a waiver is available in case somebody needs it.
Okay.
This just makes it easier for people to walk. And then no changes. Yay, we're at the end.
Simple.
Any questions on this piece, Commissioners? Commissioner Rubin, please.
I have another amendment when everyone's ready.
We are ready.
All right. My next amendment is to include a definition of existing building in the ordinance, but change that definition to state an existing building is a building on which construction was completed on or before December 31st, 2021, and then to follow staff's recommendation on 4.1107A3, which is the provision that actually accommodates the existing building. And I have some brief comments if I have a second.
I will second your motion. Comments, Commissioner Rubin?
Yes, so this one doesn't have to do with parking. This one, per staff's suggestion, accommodates already built buildings that could be used for affordable housing, but the current design requirements might prevent them from actually taking advantage of the mixed income housing development bonuses. I've made a couple tweaks to this language. One, just to clarify, the staff's language used a building constructed as of a certain date. I just wanted to make clear that construction had to be complete as a certain date. And the one, I think, material departure from staff's change is that I have used the date of December 31, 2021 to define existing building, because staff said they said it back in 1999 to avoid gamesmanship, but I don't see how anyone could use this existing building privilege to game the system on a building that's already been built. So that's why I backed that up to just a couple months ago.
Comments, Commissioner Young.
Question for Commissioner Rubin. This would allow existing buildings to deviate from the requirements of this section if the deviation doesn't make the building more non-conforming. In your opinion, would that also apply to the parking requirements which are in this section? That is to say, if I expand my existing building, I have to park the expansion area in accordance with this section.
That was not the intent of this motion here, and to the extent someone wanted to offer some clarifying language, I'd be willing to consider it.
Well, I mean, a cumbersome way to do it would be to say, as to the requirements in section 1107, except the requirement in, what's it going to be, 1107 C2 and C3.
I would be willing to make that modification to my motion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stannard.
Yes, I'd like an explanation, if she is willing to give it, from Commissioner Hampton as to why she removed that, what her thinking was.
Thank you for that.
As much as it's appropriate, I'm happy to share that. I think Commissioner Young's question and our discussion that we had during our briefing highlight the exact reason why I took it out, is that we don't understand how this is going to be implemented. Every time that we try to evaluate it against a project, there's another unintended, implication to it. And I simply felt like it warranted more study. I think in concept, I agree, I would support it. It's why it even came up at ZOAC to begin with. But I don't know that we have really vetted out. And I think as I tried to observe, based on a few projects that I had reviewed, there is an opportunity for the existing buildings to already take advantage of the bonuses. And so I'm not clear that we are precluding a substantial number of projects from moving forward with no inclusion of this language. And I don't know if staff has further comments they want to share on that or not.
I have one other thing. When we discussed this before, if I'm correct, before they were using that term legacy building, is that correct? And then they changed it to existing building. So my understanding was before it was called legacy, and we sort of tried to semi-define legacy as being before 2000, because we were implying older housing stock when we were discussing it before. Whereas now Commissioner Rubin's motion has to do with bringing it up to 2021, okay. And I'm thinking of today's example, which this is not what they're doing, but on Dallas Parkway, where they were taking the hotel and turning it into multifamily, that would be a consideration of how an existing building could be converted if they were doing mixed income housing. Okay, but so you're taking it up to 2021, and your idea was these were older stock buildings before? Yes, okay.
I was confirming that the original ZOAC discussion was regarding the older buildings, but the more we evaluated it from whatever date, the commission might want to consider that there are other implications that haven't been fully evaluated.
Ms. Thompson, can you maybe give us a little more context in regards to the staff thinking on this one item?
Yes. To be clear, the staff thinking has evolved on this a little bit. The original was to think about not strictly in terms of historic preservation, because there's a whole lot of words that go with historic preservation and rules and regulations and all of that, but simply to encourage the keeping of buildings that already exist. And when we talked in ZOAC, to Commissioner Hampton's point, we really did focus on the truly older buildings, warehouses that could be adaptively reused, hotels, old school buildings, that kind of thing. And as we continued our thoughts about this and continued our conversation and thought about how we have existing naturally occurring multifamily that is in danger of being demolished, we could use this existing building tool to encourage the preservation of some of that naturally occurring housing by allowing additional housing to be placed on the same site, and by providing some relief from the strict design requirements that are in 1107. I'm going to let that sit for a second, and then I have a question to clarify with Commissioner Young.
Just one additional comment. I agree with staff's rationale on that completely. Part of the reason why I chose the date of 2021 is that this ordinance isn't intended just to have its impact, in the next year, but over the next 20 years, over the next 40 years, when there could be a building that was built in the year 2021 that someone might start thinking about repurposing for housing and mixed income. So that's why I've used this date of December 31st, 2021, looking at a much broader time horizon and at the same time recognizing that there could be gamesmanship with this, and by setting it as buildings already constructed as of today, that prevents anyone from building something with sort of devious intent.
Chair, if I may, I appreciate Ruben's fixing of my logic, because he's correct. He's met the intent. You can't go back in time and build your building and then do gamesmanship. It has to have existed already before we even sent this through.
I have a question.
Please, Commissioner Carpenter.
Are these existing buildings that could be in any zoning category, including, say, heavy industrial that doesn't allow residential? Because could someone take an existing building in the middle of IM and decide that it was, and by right, decide that they could get mixed income housing?
No, this
What's preventing it?
This applies only to MF and MU by right. This is the section that's only under the by right, or PDs that refer to this this section. So if you're in IM, you could request a zoning change to become MU2. That could be approved, and then you could use this, but not if you're in IM.
Should the definition be altered back in the definitions to say that these existing buildings have to be in certain zoning categories?
That is covered in the applicability, that this section only applies to the MF and MU districts and PDs that refer to this section.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I know it's late, but I have one other.
Please, Commissioner Stanton.
This is, I know this sounds crazy, and just explain it to me. I'm picturing something that was built in 2012, okay? Some 4-story, let's say, crummy apartment house, okay? And someone sees that they can do this, and they want to get all these heights to build on top of that existing building going up to 140 feet or something, or 200 feet. I mean, I know this is crazy, but I guess there is something to be said for saying we're trying to convert older stock, not even allow something to be an abuse of this, to cut up something into mixed income or to add on going up and getting heights bonuses to be able to just put something on top of a building. I know that's crazy, but I don't know. I guess I'm not quite sure why we would take it up to, I heard what you said. Well, it could be 2050 but I don't know. It's something about, it seems like the existing stock before 2000 seemed reasonable. I don't know.
Commissioner Housewright, my apologies.
Yes, thank you. I support what I understand Commissioner Rubin to be doing, which is essentially a more liberal interpretation of existing buildings, which I do support. I have a couple of questions. One, I don't understand Commissioner Young's amendment to Mr. Rubin's amendment. So I could get a clarification on that, and then I had a second question.
Do you want to pick it?
I don't actually think I made an amendment. I had a question of Commissioner Rubin about how his motion would work, and he indicated that it was not his intent that it work the way that I thought it worked, and so I think he amended his own motion. I'll tell you what my concern is, which is enlargement of existing buildings without parking the enlargement at any ratio. I mean, I have this existing building parked at one space per bedroom, and I add a broom closet to it, 10 extra square feet of floor space, and suddenly the whole building is to be parked at 1 per unit.
If I may, in order to participate in this program, you have to sign on the dotted line that you're going to be providing a certain percentage of affordable housing, reserved units. And so adding a broom closet would not actually get your foot in the door for this program, because you would have to meet the minimum threshold. These are by right districts, and so you would have to meet the minimum threshold of 5, 10, or 15%, depending on the how much extra development rights you wanted and which MVA category you're in. And then we worked with BI. Can we mute City Hall? It's hard for the folks online to hear both the City Hall and me. Thank you. The language here was carefully crafted to say that it could not become more non-conforming as to the requirements in section 51A 4.1107. So it's not possible that if you had, so they would have to park according to 1107. Yes, they would get the parking reduction down to 1 per unit, but that's part of the trade-off between affordable housing and parking that we've already determined is applicable here.
All I want is clarification on the motion to help guide my decision to vote for or against it.
Commissioner Rubin, will you restate what you had considered, what else you had?
Sure. I would follow staff's recommendation, except provide language that this provision does not apply to the parking requirements in 4.1107 C2 and C3.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. So as Commissioner Rubin had stated it, the intent would be, I have a warehouse building, I have a whatever building. I'm going to qualify for the mixed income housing bonus. I have 49 spaces, but my project is going to have 50 units. I have no transit proximity, and I would be required to have 50 parking spaces. I could not qualify for MIHDB because I would be 1 parking space short. Therefore, I would be more non-compliant in terms of the parking code. Is that correct?
That's correct, but if your building is in the setback where you can't, provide the necessary sidewalk on a frontage, this language would allow you to move forward with the MIHDB.
To clarify, if you were doing 2-bedroom apartments in that adaptive reuse, so you had 50 2-bedroom apartments, you would, if we don't allow the parking reduction to apply to existing buildings, then you would not be able to take advantage of the bonus. You would have to go for a PD.
Ms. Thompson, I guess I was trying to do a by right scenario. So it had 49 spaces, but I had 51 bedroom. You raise an excellent point. If I have, 10 two-bedrooms and 30, whatever the numbers are. It's just you simply you can't provide less than what the parking requirements are prescribed in 1107 for an existing building. Is that correct?
So I'm concerned that the way the language is written here, that the parking reduction that's in 1107 C2 and 3 to be 1 per unit would not be available, and this would force the existing building to go back to the regular 200.
Somehow I don't think I'm communicating. It's not the intent that it's not available, it's that it must comply in order to qualify for the bonus.
Okay, let's figure out a way to say that. Stephen, can you write a note that we're clarifying?
Take a shot. Except that to qualify for this provision, a building must satisfy the parking requirements in 4.1107 C2 and 3.
Thank you.
Please. I just want to clarify. So what you're saying is, regardless of what we just said about in other buildings, the 1 per unit, that the existing buildings must still follow under 4.1107 C2, C3.
The existing buildings under the by right
And so,
option.
Even though they're doing mixed income and they're going to get the other bonuses, they're not going to get that because they're an existing building that are already under 4.1107.
I think what triggers 4.1107 is the provision of the mixed income housing. So once they actually start providing that mixed income housing, they'd still have to comply with 4.1107 C2 and provide the 1 space per unit if they go with the by right option.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for clarification. Commissioner Housewright, you said you had 2 questions. I think you got one, and I'm not sure you got the second.
Thank you. It was a question about Commissioner Rubin's date of December 31, 2021, which is obviously a fixed date in time. Time marches on. That date starts to recede in the past. Do we prefer language perhaps that specifies a date 12 months in arrears or something so that this ordinance stays more current, more relevant?
My fear is that, if we have a marching forward date, then someone will actually use this to game the system by, building something that, complies with the requirements for existing zoning on a site with the intent of very shortly thereafter flipping it to, into this MIH program. But we want new construction to comply with the design requirements in the ordinance. So I think, we wouldn't have it be forward-looking at that point. We wouldn't have it be, have the date continue to move forward. If the body, once we're all gone, decides that there's enough existing stock in the city where they need to move this date forward for stuff that's already been constructed 20 years down the road, I think that's great. But I think it's important to hold new construction to the requirements of the design requirements in the ordinance.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners, on the amendment? Commissioner Carpenter?
No.
Okay, commissioners, we have an amendment by Commissioner Rubin, seconded by myself in regards to existing building. Any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have, that's Carpenter, Hampton, Young, and Standard. Motion passes. Excuse me, amendment passes. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, hopefully one final amendment. On section 4.11.0C3, revised the parking minimum for retirement housing to 0.5 spaces per dwelling unit.
I'll second that. Discussion, Commissioner Rubin.
And again, this incentivizes the construction of affordable senior housing by, by not having such a high minimum for the senior housing that would be participating in this program. I know I've had elderly grandparents and been to the facilities that they've been at in their later years and have seen loads of unfilled parking myself. And in addition, I think if there's ever a place that where the proprietors want to meet the demands of the residents, it's likely one of these places. And certainly if purveyors of this sort of senior housing want to build more, this amendment leaves them free to do so.
Thank you. Any other comments? Questions or comments, commissioners? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have 3 in opposition, Young, Hampton, and Carpenter. Motion passes. Now we go back to the original motion made by Commissioner Hampton, second by Commissioner Blair, in regards to DCA201-008. Any further discussion on that? Okay, seeing none? No.
May I just acknowledge the
Please.
time, the thoughtful consideration, and all of my commissioners and staff and everyone in working on this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioner Young.
I also want to commend Commissioner Hampton for her work on this ordinance. We all know that whatever Commissioner Hampton does, she takes a deep dive into it.
100%.
And this is a very prominent example of that. Were her original motion in its unamended state, I would support it. As it is, I cannot, regretfully.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubin? No? I also want to thank Commissioner Hampton and all the folks at ZOAC, Vice Chair Blair. This is difficult work. This is a difficult process. It can be a little bit messy, but I appreciate the very thoughtful and respectful debate and discussion here today. And it's transparent and out for the public. Happy to support the motion and the amendments. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
2 in opposition. Motion passes. Young and Carpenter. Motion passes. Commissioners, no appointments to CPC committees today. Can I get a motion for the February 17th minutes?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Young, please.
I move approval of the February 17, 22 minutes subject to typographical correction.
Thank you, Commissioner Young, for your motion, and Commissioner Rubin for your second. For the February 17th, 2022 minutes revised version, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Commissioner Blair and Commissioner Standard, both for your motion, your second. It is 7:25, and I want to thank, of course, all of you commissioners for the very thoughtful work today. Really hard work. Thank you very much for your service to the city of Dallas. Ms. Udrea, Ms. Thompson. I don't see Mr. Doss, but thank you, sir, and our 2 city attorneys for staying with us till 7:25 p.m. Our meeting is adjourned. Have a safe drive home.